Monday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Monday, January 5th, 2025. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for a reading today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes, so make sure you are tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we'll be doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to find those full readings, you can find them over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find them over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find them as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. But before we begin today, first and foremost, most important question, how are we doing today? There are no wrong answers. We've got some very interesting energy that we're navigating right now, and there's a couple of different factors that we have to take into consideration. We are coming out of a very emotional full moon in Cancer during Capricorn season. A lot of feelings can come up, a lot of feelings in relationality to the past. I wouldn't be surprised right now if your dream space is absolutely wild. We're kind of riding the wave out of that full moon cycle. And the one thing we keep in mind is the fact that Cancerian full moons are often difficult. They bring up a lot of emotions, right? It's very easy to get emotionally carried away with certain lunation cycles, and Cancer full moons are notorious for that. But there's a couple of different factors that is making this particular full moon cycle even more delicate, even more sensitive. Now, the bright side is we are no longer in retrograde season. Most of the planets are not in retrograde right now, but there are still some very big planets that are, and we need to pay attention to a few things that have happened over the last few days. First and foremost, Jupiter is still in retrograde and Uranus is still in retrograde. Jupiter is in retrograde in Cancer, Uranus is in retrograde in Taurus. This can create a lot of hypersensitivity, particularly and especially in relationality to the path of progress, how long things take, feeling energetically frustrated by situations and circumstances within the self or outside of the self. To add icing to that cake, right, we also have the fact that we have Venus that is tucked between Mercury behind it and Mars before it right now. Very, very similar thematically to what we're identifying is being spoken towards with that Jupiter and Uranus energy, right? What is it? And I keep on saying this, we're not technically going through a Venus in retrograde cycle right now, but this energy is very, very akin to one. It's very similar. In fact, the only difference is, and that might actually be harder because typically a Venus in retrograde creates distortions in relationality to the perception of the self. But the distortion that we're potentially seeing with Mercury behind Venus and Mars ahead of it in Capricorn is getting frustrated in relationality to change that you're trying to apply to things and not seeing the energetic results at the time that one would aspire to see them. So if you're experiencing this right now, I want to stress that this is the vibe. Don't be too hard on yourself right now, and don't be too hard on the energy surrounding the self. And that does not mean that you can't speak towards your feelings in energy like this. But the most important thing to remember when you're talking about energy in this type of modality is understanding that emotions don't fix anything. Emotions actually make things worse unless there are clear instructions that are attached to the emotions that we bring towards one another. Now, this is also having a very, very big impact depending on where you find yourself on the frequency cycles. There are a few other things that are effectively that have happened over the last few days that could be working through some of those feelings of And I want to say, if you've been feeling a little bit more triggered after that full moon, if you've been feeling like your fuse is a little bit shorter, there are two other things that have happened over the last couple of days. The first one being the fact that Mercury has moved into Capricorn. And again, that's a lot of hard hat energy. That's like really wanting to kind of push something through and getting a little energetically forceful upon it. Potentially think about easing up. Doesn't mean that you don't have to stop doing something, but make sure that you're having proportional reactions to situations. Also, what could be adding to a little bit of that prickliness right now is the fact that Chiron has also stationed direct, and it's stationed direct in Mars or in Aries. So what we're effectively seeing there is, again, potentially old wounds feeling like they're coming to the surface and feeling as fresh as the time that you first experienced them. We also see, and this is a reminder, that with the proximity of Chiron and Eris in such close proximity, potentially working through situations that are coincidental, but feel very similar to trauma that was intentional. Now, we're also seeing that this is the culmination of the most recent relationship cycle that we've been experiencing. And that was effectively the full moon cycle, the moon relationships that were coming together between the time of Uranus stationing retrograde up until the present. These relationships, or the work that we've been seeing during this relationship cycle period, are understanding the work that we do to refine our emotions. And the greatest gift that we can bring to a relationship is the ability or the quality to be able to refine the emotions, the understanding that not all emotions are alike. And that honestly, not all emotions need to be honored the same way. Because when we have emotions, our job and our responsibility is to figure out the direction that the emotions call forth in us, right? They guide us forward. That's how the emotions become an effective lantern. But when we don't do it, they confound things, they dazzle, they confuse, right? They complicate. So for a lot of the energy, we've got three different modalities that we see that may be occurring right now for energy that is working in solitude. There's either energy in solitude that is working on and understanding the lesson of the self, understanding that to know the self is the greatest gift that one can bring into relationship, because it creates a space by which the relationship is easy, because there's no surprise energy, no unpleasant surprises in the discovery of understanding the self in the way that you didn't understand oneself prior to the fact that you entered partnership. So we either see a lot of energy that is potentially utilizing this time as some catharsis and energetic recall. We also see new energy or relationships that are coming together. And these relationships, I told you, they've been coming together since the fall. And the one thing you have to recognize about those relationships is they were coming together the entire retrograde season. When all of those planets were in retrograde, those energies were trying to get together. And again, going through the oppositional point of having coincidental experiences happen that reminded one of intentional harm that was caused upon the self in past experiences. So that's why we see that for a lot of those relationships or a lot of those situations, working through the ability of potentially feeling the peace or identifying the peace that one is able to arrive to in the context of healthy partnership, the ability to effectively facilitate and to have patience as they work to do something. There's a lot of those modalities or experiences by which it may feel like that patience is paying off in relationality to the peace by which they're finding in the relationship that's moving into the deepening of the energetic partnership. So a lot of that energy shifting deeper into union. Now we also see that there may be some separations that are occurring at this time. And those separations are demarcated by the lessons that I just mentioned. The observation that when we are ready, right? When we are energetically ready to navigate a manifestation, we are ready for the feelings that come with the manifestation, right? Working through all of those unresolved feelings, working through all of those emotional complications. And if there is a pattern by which another person is recognizing someone who articulates a desire to move towards a manifestation, but the more they move towards it, right, the worse they feel, or the anxiety that effectively overtakes the experience. And then someone feels like they need to pull away from relationship to get their feelings in check prior to going into it. That's an understanding that may be happening, and another person trying to explain that relationships are emotional refinement centers. That when we're ready for them, we don't move away to work on the emotions, we move deeper into them. So that's why we see that for a lot of those separations, there may be some heavy emotions that are involved, but there's also a feeling of catharsis and an understanding of what is occurring. Some energy right now going through all of those experiences as once. Now, we also see that the temperance relationships, and again, for our purposes, the temperance relationships are the relationships that were coming together between the time of Uranus going retrograde, which was in the fall, up until the solstice period this summer. These relationships are feeling the weight of Venus squeezed between Mercury and Mars, potentially working through those modalities of either having a distortion of the self in relationality to one's own progress that is directed towards the self, or having to deal with another person's misconception of the self. And what do we see that's happening as a result of those moon relationships moving deeper into divine union at this time? Counterpart that is acting as the clear mirror, giving another a sense of proportionality, giving another a sense of the reality, potentially helping someone say, listen, when you're trying to track progress, don't look at where you're trying to go, look at how far you've come, right? That is the healthy looking backwards, right? The ability to track progress is often the best way to be able to ascertain and understand the ability of being on the right path. So we see that for a lot of that energy, if that's feeling the energetic frustration point of that dual force of Jupiter and retrograde with Uranus and Taurus, right? That feeling of never getting to where you're hoping or aspiring to go, something that feels like it looks farther away every step you take towards it. This is the energy saying you get a grip by looking backwards, by being able to chart those accomplishments, by being able to chart those victories, right? Because that is often the space by which they say that the ability, that often the perception of the future is the illusory point, right? It's not, sometimes it's hard to see what's occurring in the context of moving towards it. Now, this brings us to the magician relationships. And the magician relationships are specifically the relationships that were coming together between the solstice period up until the time of Mercury and Venus stationing direct behind Neptune. For a lot of these relationships, I'm going to describe it. This could be somewhat of a painful time. And the reason that we're seeing that is potentially somewhat of a painful time is they're going through maturation lessons. They're understanding the heavy weight of understanding that often the context of finding a healthy relationship changes the energy around us. And these are a lot of the energies that are recognizing and identifying that healthy energy wants to see us centered. Because if they're going through wounds, something that they can't necessarily explain that they're dealing with outside of partnership, and another person tries to ascertain and say, what is going on there? And somebody goes, I don't know. I think it's the fact that I found a healthy relationship. That observation is what is allowing the energy to be fortified in relationality to the direction that they're headed into, while also working through the observation that healthy energy wants to see us steadfast. They want to see us in a healthy place. This could even be a time by which they're building into new friendships and new energetic connections with those that esteem the relationship with the same degree of honor that they themselves carry it. Now, that is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you would like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. I would also invite you over to my stack to learn more about a very special retreat that I will be hosting August 8th through 13th. I would like to invite you to join me on a tour of Italy. We will be traveling to Florence, Tuscany, and Rome to study the tarot in the birthplace by which the tarot was first discovered. I will be working one-on-one with everyone who participates in that retreat, and anyone who becomes a part of that retreat will also be receiving a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will assess with you where your tarot journey is taking you thus far, and give you key insights on how to utilize the classes and the tour to the best impact towards your tarot goals in the future. I also want to let you guys know that there's a very special coupon that we have that is expiring soon for that retreat. So if you're interested in signing up, please do so sooner rather than later, and you'll be able to get an additional $200 off the retreat. You can find more about that at my link in my bio. I'd also like to invite you to head over to my stack for our next tarot class, which will be held on Thursday, January 15th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the World card, the final card in the major arcana. If you'd like to become a part of that class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. It's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've experienced prior to starting that next class, but the material's there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. And you'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned or studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my stack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive, and you'll have the option of receiving a complimentary mentorship class with me. One of the things I tried to do with these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which gives you updates on information on where you can find me live and in person. I also post my mystic meditations there, which will let you know about what we've been seeing energetically in the cards and article form. I just released one on this full moon that we just navigated, if you want to learn more about utilizing this energy in the best way possible. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. And I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you want to get on the list today, now is the time to get on it. You'll be the first person read for. First person on the list each day will always have an additional card in their reading, and if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, simply let me know the date that you were put on the hold list, and I'll be happy to add you to the list as well. How are you doing today, Bridget? Good to see you. Thank you, MKM, for joining us as well. MJ, welcome. And thank you so much, Haley, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Welcome as well, Sonia. Grand Rising, Haley. So good to see you today. And thank you, Sonia, for the likes. And thank you, Haley, for recharging your heart me's. Guys, please remember to recharge your heart me's if you would like an animal spirit guide card on top of your one card. Haley, excited for your perspective on this energy. A lot going on. I know, room for improvement. But that's the thing. That is the energy, right? Like it really is. It's like working through room for improvement. Yes, it is, JD. And thank you for the follow. Welcome from Detroit, sister. I'm doing well today. How are you? And thank you, Minnie, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Adam, thank you for recharging your heart me's. And thank you so much as well, Mickey. Cappy, sun, moon, rising, flowing through it. You're a triple cap. You are a triple cap. Wow, that's intense. How are you doing this energy? Welcome, Bridget. Good to see you today. Hi there, Haley. And thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Good rising, little vamp. It's been a minute. Where you been? I know we missed you. You just finished your certification. Excellent. Congratulations. That's wonderful news. Best reason not to be here. Congratulations, dear. And thank you, Queen of Wands, for the follow. I know it's going to be great, dear. You can find out more about it if you are on our Disco channel. Absolutely. How are you doing today, Donna? Welcome. A Leo, Sun, Cat Moon. Cat Moon is a hard placement, and it might be feeling even harder right now, given the energy that we're currently experiencing. So I'm going to reaffirm to you guys, if you're going through it right now, remember self-care is key, right? We care for ourselves. We care for ourselves so that we can care for those around us. Just continue to do that work right now. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you want to get on the list today, now is the time. You'll be the first person read for. You'll also have an additional card in your reading. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Taking a moment to read over Insta. I want to apologize to my Insta audience. You know, the app is not giving me the ability to upload the videos at this time. So if you are looking for the videos, I would encourage you to make sure that you head over to follow us on the other social channels. For instance, a place where we keep the videos, and over on the Clock app. I apologize for the inconvenience. It's very frustrating that that app makes it so difficult to be able to stream live, but also the fact that they make it so hard to be able to post the content. How are you doing today? Right these wrongs. Never back down. Exactly. Tap to claim, dear. Continue to work to fix those problems. Absolutely. Sending you support, dear. As I mentioned, if anybody's joining us across the other apps and would like to get on the list today, you can do so as well via my tree that has Binks in it in my Lio. I like that. I like that, Donna. Staying low. Listen, I don't want you to think about it as staying low. I want you to think about it as working through it, right? Like let it, like Capricorn energy, these many planets in Capricorn during Capricorn season, it's knuckling down energy. This energy right now, absolutely wonderful. Knuckling down, getting things done off the to-do list, having meaningful but difficult, productive conversations in relationality to the direction that you want something to go, not confounding conversations related to emotions. Make sure that you're talking to others about bandwidth. I'll use my reading from Friday. Oh, no, you don't have anything to apologize for, Avatar. Like, absolutely not. I've got you. So you said the one on Friday. Did you mean Saturday? I mean yesterday, not Friday. I think you mean the one from yesterday, because I've got one held from you from yesterday. So I'll add you back. You will be the first person read for today, and thank you for getting back on the list today, dear. Yep. But did you reset? I don't know if you canceled. You still sent the donate. You still sent the donation. Yeah, we're good. Hi there, Donna. Welcome. Oh, you also read. Oh, thank you. That's amazing. Well, I'm so glad to see you. We've got a lot of other practitioners here as well. So you're in good company. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started today in the next few minutes. If you would like to get on the list today, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the second person read for. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time, be able to give away that free reading. The other giveaway we're doing today is a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that one as well. You are. That's incredible. Oh, it's, you know what? It's such a beautiful gift when you're able to learn, like when you're able to carry on traditions in that way. So thank you so much for being here and being a part of this collective today. Before we do get started, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. I'm going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the cow. Thank you guys so much for participating. We will do that again after the next reading. And just a reminder, if there's anybody here who would like to get off the hold list, who was on the hold list from yesterday or any of the previous days, just go ahead and let me know the date that you were put on the hold list. I'll be happy to add you back to the list. And if you would like to get on the list today, the list is open. You will be the second person read for. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Hi there, welcome. Good to see you today, Nikki. Excellent. Welcome, everyone. Happy Monday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your masculine, feminine, and non-binary energy update for today, Monday, January 5th, 2026. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? Can I please have the first? For the headspace of the masculine, we are going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck. Can I get 3 cards for the headspace of masculine energy? Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. We've got the Queen of Wands in its upright. We've got the Seven of Wands in its reversal. And we also have the Hermit card in its upright. So what are we effectively seeing that is occurring here? There's a lot of thought that we see that masculine is giving as it relates to what it takes to build into healthy counterpart connection, right? And it's a conversation, and I'm not surprised to see this type of energy right now as we're moving through Cancerian lessons. Jupiter, I keep on, every time I read for masculine right now, I see masculine deep within Jupiter and Cancer. And Cancerian lessons often talk about us, about the intense, important work that we need to do to heal the ego. And that doesn't mean that we shed the ego entirely. But when the ego is too big, you have to think about it like a shell. When the ego is too big, it creates a barrier that cannot be penetrated by the outside world, right? The modality by which we build it and build it and build it, it doesn't create the space by which we can feel anything. We often get trapped within it. And that modality, this is why we often work, right? And here's the thing about it. We don't escape. There's no escape from your ego. And we have to kind of alleviate ourselves of that falsity. Because when you think about ego from a place of escape, and we see this with the symbology of a crab, right? What happens when the crab sheds their shell? Is the crab naked? No, the crab's got another shell under there, right? The ego, you can't separate oneself from the ego, but rather the work we do to have a streamlined ego is often an ego that we're energetically proud of. It matches, right? What's the inside feels like it's very sleek to what is effectively what's inside, right? It's a matching set, and it allows the ability to be able to communicate, and the ego can do the work that it's supposed to do, which is protect the soul. So we see that for a lot of the energy right now, I see a lot of the masculine energy doing that heavy, important investiture. And it's interesting because I keep on hearing it's not ego shedding, it's ego setting, right? It's not ego shedding, it's ego setting. So we do the work to shed the ego so that we can set the effective expectation going forward. And I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy, this is the observation that the energy is bringing forth as it relates to how they communicate to counterpart, right? Because that's the thing, right? When we're too much in our, and here's the thing about this type of energy right now is overthinking central, okay? It's wheel spinning energy. It can be very, very frustrating. It can be working through the anxiety that you're doing something and you're not seeing the impact that you would aspire and desire to have. This is your daily reminder that that is the vibe right now. Don't over internalize an outside problem. Just continue to be, and I keep wondering, when we're building, and this is why we talk about when you're working towards a manifestation, the first thing you need to do is get rid of that pesky expectation, right? The manifestation should be in the work that you do to work to manifest. That's why it's called a manifestation instead of a dream. It's finding the ideal, like the ideal position by which you work towards the energetic dreams. So I keep on seeing that there's something really important in relationality to that. In terms of masculine, I keep on hearing, we do the work to have a steady headspace, because when we have a steady headspace, we set that to ourselves, not just to ourselves, but to all of the energy around the self. So there's a lot of that energy that we see here. And what's beautiful about it is I feel like a lot of that masculine energy feels like they're doing that, and it's the work for two, right? It's a gift of the self that immediately has a gift that we give back to healthy counterpart, because the healthy counterpart doesn't have to wonder what's going on. We're in the modality by which we're just able to express it. Now, moving on to feminine energy right now, we're going to be utilizing the Tarot of the Divine for the headspace of feminine right now. Can I get 3 cards? 3 cards to clarify. 1, 2, 3. What do we have in the headspace of feminine, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to? We've got the 9 of Cups in its reversal. We've got the 2 of Cups in its upright. And we've got the 4 of Wands in its reversal. Heavy wand energy today. We've got all wands and cups so far. Feminine is working through the observation of being able to recognize, and here's the thing about it. This is feminine energy, and we were seeing this the other day as well. letting go of another's energetic, it is working. It is all I keep on hearing is a conversation related around the situation of forgiveness, right? That the quality of forgiveness is always something that should be energetically balanced across all energy, is what I keep on seeing. And this is why we talk about, it's the journey of healing is not about forgiving everything. It's about understanding what you are working to forgive inside or outside, right? Because I keep on seeing that what happens is we often end up in disproportional relationships when we're in the modality by which another, and this is what happens, right? When another person is transgressing and another person is forgiving, forgiving, that is the sound of a relationship that's going backwards instead of forward, right? The modality and experience that when we are honoring our standards, it doesn't create the space of transgression. It doesn't require us to be in the modality or the capacity by which we feel that we need to effectively be perpetually in a state of forgiving. Because forgiveness, and then we were talking about this, the derivation of the word forgive is for, right? You let something go for giving, for what will come ahead of it. The ability to understand that that is the context by which we forgive. It doesn't mean that we are perpetually in a state of repeating and forgiving the same thing over and over and over again, because that often feels like the space by which we're trapped in a rut, or we feel like we're going through those energetic cycles. And this is what will happen if you're too forgiving, right? The modality by which you will forgive is amplified and articulated by the fact that there is something that is being given. That is why there's a word there. It's the gift, that it is the energetic gift of progress that is given in exchange for transgression. It's the modality by which we understand that something moves forward from a harm, not the space by which you perpetually are forgiving the same harm over and over and over again. So that's why we see that for a lot of the energy right now, working through path work of discernment, being able to effectively identify and recognize what it is that one is setting one's intention towards, but not just what one is setting one's intention towards, what one is working on effectively holding with more stability. It's an identification and articulation that our standards help us with discernment. And when we're holding our standards, when we recognize what our standards are, then it allows us the context of being able to identify and recognize what it is that we're working on trying to do better. And so in the modality by which, and this is why we keep on hearing, your standards will protect you from energy that is not for you. Because the modality, and again, the one thing we have to be conscientious about that when we hold our standards is understanding and explaining to others why we have them. Because there is a tendency that our trauma has. Our trauma loves nothing more than to disguise itself as our standards and masquerade as our standards. And the ability that we're able to discern a true standard, something that we hold dear, that is mutually shared and recognized, versus our trauma in disguise, is the ability to define why we hold on to something or why something is energetically dear to us. So we see that for a lot of the energy right now, working through that, this is the context by which there's healthy relationship. And I keep on getting, this is either the relationship, this is feminine focusing on relationships by which their standards, right, are non-negotiable, right? Somebody who comes into the space of saying obviously is the sweetest thing you hear, versus, and in the context of receiving that healing from experiences by which it made it feel like another person was pushing someone, like pushing the self in direction that didn't feel energetically comfortable. But this is why it's important, right? This is why it's important that we have an ability to articulate upon our standards, and not just articulate upon them, stand firm on them, right? To clarify against any kind of misunderstanding or discombobulation. Now, this brings us to non-binary energy, and for our purposes, we'll be utilizing the Aquarian Tarot for non-binary energy right now. Can I please get 3 cards? Highest priority messages. 3 cards are out right now. First 3 cards, we've got the Knight of Wands in its reversal. We've got the King of Swords in its reversal. And we've got the Lover's card in its reversal. So this is very, very interesting, because this is all court cards and major arcana. And this has a lot to do. I feel like what we see non-binary energy doing right now is working through, working through and concentrating and finding their exquisite. And that's very difficult, is what I keep on seeing. And a lot of that energy that we see, and the thing about trying on one's exquisite is the space by which one moves through modalities and experiences by which, and it's a continuation of what we see that's happening a bit in the masculine headspace. It's very much similar to that. It's the observation that change, the context by which we change, is fortified by our ability to change, right? It's a little bit of a continuation of understanding that change for change's sake is not a manifestation goal, right? And that often somebody who's energetically fickle will articulate that change for change's sake is a manifestation goal, but it's not. The identification point of understanding that as we move towards a manifestation goal, we will change, helps us to build into the context of our own sense of purpose. And so I literally see, right? I literally see some kind of situation that non-binary is going through as it relates to helping another person identify the consistent change that one makes, like the consistent but perpetual changes that one make as one moves closer to a manifestation goal, as opposed to the change that someone articulates, that the change that has absolutely no, the change that has absolutely no rhyme or reason, right? That effectively we move towards when we're too changeable, when we're too adaptable, right? And that's where we see that that's what happens when we're energetically fickle, right? It's the modality by which we're just constantly like, and you'll notice this, right? It's like the opposite of being stubborn, just constantly in the space by which others can't necessarily keep up with the self. So I feel like there's something really important about that, because the thing about this energy right now, and you've probably felt it too, there's like, it's prickly, right? Chiron just came out of retrograde in Aries, right? Venus is tucked between Mars and Mercury behind it and Mars before it, which is getting frustrated at the self in relationality to where one aspires to be. But often the energy kind of working through the context of feeling, and this is what I keep on hearing, like when we feel vexed, track our progress, right? When we feel less than our best, that is a good time to track the progress, because energy like this can sometimes create like that feeling I keep on getting. It's rut energy. It can create a little bit of a feeling of hopelessness. So that's why this is the energy that says, like, it's funny too, because it's not saying like a little break will do you good. I keep on hearing a little review is what I keep on hearing. A little review will do you good. And that's either something that they're giving to counterpart, or they're receiving from counterpart, or they're trying to give themselves right now. Continuing to get clarification, and we're moving into the heart space, of masculine energy. Can I get 3 cards, please? And we're going to be utilizing the Tarot of the Divine right now for the heart space of masculine, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. We've got the Tower card in its reversal. We've got the 5 of Swords in its reversal. And we have the 9 of Coins in its reversal. Now, this is very interesting because we've got a lot of 9 energy on the table now. We've got double 9s coming through for masculine and feminine. And this is what's hard, right? Because I keep on seeing that for a lot of the masculine energy, working through the process of inner child healing, right? And this is why I keep on seeing that this is coming up. Inner child healing does not mean healing the person that you were when you were a child. Inner child healing means forgiving the self that you were when you thought you knew everything. That's the difficulty point of an unhealed inner child. It's not about the youth of it. It's often the fact that the demarcation point of feeling like one knows anything becomes the limitation point. So that's why we see that for a lot of those situations or circumstances, that adaptability, that understanding, that recognition in relationality to what they are energetically working through. I keep on seeing that it's hard because I feel like that for a lot of the energy that's doing this work right now, the observation of looking back on a past version of self that isn't perfect, that would not be in the space of making the same choices that one makes today, that is a gift. That is always a gift because it means that we're moving through a maturation cycle, but it's not easy because the hard part with this type of energy right now, and this has a lot to do with the fact that we recognize that Jupiter is retrograding in Cancer, but Neptune and Saturn are also are in Pisces, and they're moving back into transiting in Aries, right? So it's the feeling, it's working through the pull of the past, right? How tempting it is. I keep on hearing how tempting it is to become nostalgic. But here's the thing you have to understand: nostalgia itself is a wall, nostalgia is its own prison. Because when you get nostalgic for things, and this is what I keep on hearing with the masculine energy, you have to understand the brain has a really hard time holding on to the memory of pain. So often the things that we are energetically nostalgic about are not at all the context by which we experience them. This is why it's so easy to get sentimental on something that was actually rather brutal. So a lot of that energy, I feel like it's almost the energy of the masculine working through a modality of deep sentimentality and trying to fortify it with a reality check, right? And I keep wondering, what is a reality check? It's the observation of trying to actually return back to the fact of understanding, like what the energetic difficulty point, like what was the hurdle. And for some of the energy, I'm going to see like some of that energy may be saying that they were the hurdle, right? Looking upon something and being like, that was a me thing, like that was the limitation in terms of that relationship coming together, that was a limitation in relationality to how I was perceiving things. But that perception, right, that perception of the energetic limitation is the space by which anything can happen, right? It's new ground. It's the ground that we find in ourselves because it's the observation of being able to see that allows us the context to change. So I keep on hearing that for a lot of the heart space of the masculine, it's almost the space that says you have to hold yourself gently in the context of change. And the way we hold ourselves gently in the context of change is by holding new standards, right? Because the new standards act as a cradle for what it is that we're working to resolve or dissolve within ourselves. So for a lot of that energy, that is the energy that is working through that by going through those experiences and seeing those spaces by which they wish they could have been better, right? This is a continuation of what we were reading yesterday. The space by which we forgive ourselves, and this is what we mean. This is the true sound of forgiveness. With every space I desire to change, a new standard is created, right? Like that is literally what we mean by forgiveness. We give ourselves a new standard to energetically resolve upon something not energetically happening again. That's forgiveness is not, we need a different word. Forgiveness is not accurate in the space by which you're forgiving something over and over and over again, because there's no for to it. There's nothing ahead. It's just going backwards instead of forwards. And this is bringing us to the feminine energy. Again, bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. We're going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck for the heart space of feminine. 3 cards, please. We've got here the Queen of Cups, and this is very important because yesterday, if you were following along, we had all of the court cards. We had all of the court cards out in yesterday's reading. All of the court cards for the cups, the cup suite. And that's not really surprising and intriguing given the fact that we're coming out of a Cancerian full moon. But we see here that this is a lot of the feminine that's working through the modality of, again, also working towards forgiveness. But I keep on hearing this is the internalized forgiveness of the feminine, right? Look, and we've got double tower energy in its reversal, because the three cards that we've got coming through in the heart space of feminine are the Queen of Cups, the Eight of Swords in its upright, and the Tower in its reversal, similar to masculine. So we've got a lot of this energy here. It's a big alignment day. And the alignment day that we're effectively identifying and recognizing is working through the context. I keep wondering, working through the context of feminine, forgiving, like there's forgiveness that's happening here. And what is the forgiveness that's happening for feminine? Forgiving themselves from the illusion that a healthy relationship would ever require them to abandon their standards. Healthy relationships don't require us to abandon our standards, to enter them. Healthy relationships raise our standards as we proceed towards them. So that's what we see that's effectively happening here. But there's a lot of emotional catharsis that's happening in relationality to circumstances or situations by which feminine felt like they may have potentially abandoned themselves, all for the sake of trying to move towards a love connection. But that's the thing about it. A healthy connection never requires one to surrender one's standards to be able to move closer towards it. This brings us to the non-binary energy, and 3 cards for non-binary heart space right now. We are going to be utilizing the Tarot of the Divine for the heart space of non-binary right now. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. The Wheel of Fortune in its upright. The 7 of Wands in its reversal. So now we've got similarity between masculine and non-binary energy. So these energies are in very close proximity to each other today, because we've got a lot of similar cards that are popping up. And we've got the 9 of Wands in its reversal. Continuation on heavy 9 energy right now in this reading. So let's talk a little bit about the heart space that we see of non-binary right now. It's a similar conversation as it relates to forgiving things, right? When we forgive anything, nothing matters, is what I keep on hearing. Like the space by which I keep on hearing, and it's working through. I keep on hearing it's a conversation in the context of change, and it's a conversation on the context of forgiveness, and it has to do with the understanding that anything is possible so long as the work is mutual. Anything is possible so long as the work is mutual. But you will encounter someone who wants to fix something, but articulates that the work is entirely up to you to fix it. That's not true. That's not the way things work, is what I literally see. And that's what I keep on hearing, like, this is the energy that works through. And this is often how you can usually tell when someone has a different manifestation goal than you, right? Like I see here, like this is that long tail that you often see in terms of a different energy saying, this is what would be needed to fix it. And the modality by which another person says, like, what needs to be fixed it, and another person says, that's not what's wrong with it, right? Like the modality by which you can recognize someone that does not have the same manifestation goal as you is as simple. It's as simple as somebody articulating and saying, this is what you need to do to fix it. And you looking at that person and going, that would fix it, but not the way that I would aspire it to be fixed, right? When we're building towards something, how we fix something articulates the shape that we aspire and desire it to be. And so everything I keep on seeing in relationality to that is potentially, I just keep on getting, there's something in the heart space of non-binary saying that was like either regaling someone of the story by which another person articulated to them what they thought they needed to do to fix something, saying that would not have fixed it, that would have broken it further, right? The modality of seeing how broken something was how broken something was in the context of what another person articulated that they wanted them to do in order to maintain it, right? Being like, wow, that manifestation is going way off, like way off the rails, right? I keep on hearing the manifestation that goes way off the rails when you suddenly recognize the articulation of what another person is saying that they would aspire and desire to have the change be in the context of fixing something, right? Like that, I keep on hearing and the modality of recognizing the difference between what another person articulates that they aspire for versus what they're actually asking for, right? I keep on hearing, I keep on hearing love is healthy listening. And why are they articulating that love is healthy listening? Because love is healthy listening in the context by which it's not just the fact that we say, right? It's not just the fact that we say that we have a manifestation, because here's the sad truth. The sad truth is when somebody isn't in a healthy space, they'll articulate that they have the same manifestation goal as you, just in the context by which they're desperate for connection. It's sad but true. It's sad but true. That's why I keep on getting a lot of sad but true energy that we're seeing in relationality to this to this heart space right now. And that observation, right? It's a terrible place to be, because why would you go around giving a false manifestation to the world? That's often that's often a sign that you're not in a healthy space, because a healthy manifestation is something that is mutually shared, and our manifestations become blessed when we articulate them to others. So I keep on seeing that for a lot of those situations and circumstances, the working through the heart space in that capacity, I keep on hearing there's a lot of guardrails there, right? There's a lot of guardrails around the non-binary energy, because it's the observation of having to work through the context of being extra energetically careful in relationality to who they allow into their heart space for reasons such as the ones that I am listing. Continuing to get clarification, we're going to move towards the unconscious of the masculine space now. And for our purposes, we are going to be utilizing the Aquarian Tarot for the heart, the unconscious of masculine. 3 cards to clarify, please. We got the 10 of Cups in its upright. We've got the 7 of Cups in its reversal. And we have the King of Cups in its upright. So here we go again, man. We've been getting this like massive influx of court card cup energy over the last few days. I'm not surprised to see it coming out of this Cancer full moon cycle. We're deep in our feels. It's deep in our feels energy. But I keep on getting, and this is why we see that a lot of the masculine is investing in feeling their feels. I know it sounds like the simplest thing ever, but you want to get on a healthy healing journey. You want to start being in a good relationship. You got to start making friends with your feels. You got to become invested in understanding your feelings. It's the hardest thing to do, but it's also the most important thing. And I keep on getting that a lot of the masculine is recovering. They're in active recovery from situations and circumstances that somehow gave them the illusion that if they were in their feels, they'd be less masculine. Everything we have is a gift. Every single thing we come here with is a gift. There is nothing that we're supposed to shed. We're supposed to understand it. So this is a lot of the masculine that is working through the simultaneous rage of trying to feel their feels, but also trying to recover from experiences that if you actually want to be masculine, you got to get rid of those feelings. Masculines don't have feelings. Then if you're not supposed to have feelings, why did you come here with them? If you are a miracle and you're not, and everything within you is a gift, so are the feelings. The feelings are not pesky. They're not to be moved aside. Because here's the funny thing. The funny thing about feelings is if you say that you're not dealing with them, they go somewhere, right? They go right up into the unconscious. Now they're controlling everything. The way that we navigate our feelings is we deal with them. This is Pluto in Aquarius, right? When you don't deal with something, it takes over everything. So the modality by which the energy is working through healthy processing of the emotions, this is the energy that says, it feels like, I keep on hearing and it's so easy. I keep on hearing it's so easy to just want to and that's a hard part. So much of this energy is learned how to disassociate. And this is why learning how to disassociate is the most dangerous thing, because once you know that the disassociation is there, it's always ever lingering. It's always tempting, but it makes things worse instead of better. So I just see a lot of that energy doing that work in terms of healthy processing and relationality to experiences such as that. Moving towards feminine, 3 cards for feminine, please. And we'll be utilizing in the unconscious space for feminine. We'll be utilizing we are actually also going to be utilizing today the Aquarian Tarot for the unconscious of feminine. Can I get 3 cards, please? 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Yep. And I think that this is interesting too, because I believe the reason I feel like we're getting so much of this Aquarian Tarot energy right now in the unconscious space has a lot to do with the continuation of the fact that Pluto's in Aquarius. And with Cancer, with Jupiter in Cancer, like working into, like, the thing about it, and I like to point this out, this type of energy makes it very easy to see down into the unconscious right now, is what I keep on getting. So we've got the Page of Swords. We've got the 3 of Pentacles in its reversal. And we also have the Temperance card. So this is a lot of energy. Like, I just keep on hearing in the unconscious of the feminine, you have to be patient as you move towards a manifestation goal. Manifestations are not means to an end. Manifestations are not means to an end. It's the work that we do, right? The manifestation also includes every step to get there. A healthy manifestation is not about going through torture and then getting the thing that you energetically want. That's a part of the manifestation, right? Like, it should not feel, I keep on hearing, a healthy manifestation should not feel like you're energetically pulling teeth every step of the way of moving towards the manifestation. It should feel like a walk. It should feel energetically natural. It should feel like it's an energetic alignment. And I feel like there's something I'm seeing here there's something I'm seeing in the feminine energy that is releasing the idea that in order to receive something, you have to suffer for it, is what I keep on seeing. Like, that is what I keep on, and I don't know why the feminine is holding on to it. I think I know why, because it's related to the energetic birthing process, right? The space by which I keep on hearing, like, this is what feminine is trying to work through. They're trying to let go of the fault, like the illusion that in order to energetically receive something, you have to suffer through it. And that the suffering is proportional to what you receive. I keep on seeing the space by which we work. Because here's the thing about it. If you feel like that and you're constantly working towards manifestation goals, then you're just putting yourself through unnecessary suffering constantly, is what I keep on hearing, right? And that's what happens. And that's why you never find your manifestation goal, because you're trying to work to your manifestation goal and everybody's looking at you going, are you okay? Are you okay? Like, no, I'm suffering to get to my manifestation goal, and being like, well, I don't know if you're going to find it. I don't know if you're going to find it in that mood, right? Because when you're working towards it, you're trying to get into alignment with the way that you feel. Like, the most important thing you have to understand with a manifestation goal is not why you want it. How will it make you feel? And then you work to feel the way that it's real, because that's the goal of the manifestation. Because if you're suffering now, right, and then you get to that manifestation, you're still going to be in the capacity of suffering, because you're going to have another manifestation. You'll continue to suffer, right? So the modality by which we find harmony within ourselves, like the observation that moving towards a manifestation goal should feel like a delight, right? That is how we move towards the light. We find the delight within us that moves us towards the light, because it's moving towards a manifestation goal, but feeling delighted every step of the way. So I feel like that's a lot of the energy of the feminine, trying to, like, work into that space of finding that harmonic point within themselves, right? The space by which they work towards something, but not in the way by which they feel like they're suffering too much. They're suffering profoundly in order to get there. Now, this brings us to the non-binary energy. Can I get 3 cards, please? 3 cards. What do we got? And we're going to be utilizing for non-binary energy the Smith-Waite Centennial deck. And I want to point out there's something really important that we're seeing that's happening right now in relationality to the unconscious, because I told you we're utilizing we have the Aquarian Tarot coming through for both masculine and feminine in the unconscious space, but for non-binary, it's up in the head space, because it's working through, like, this is the energy that's been doing a lot of shadow work, is what I keep on getting, which is why the Plutonic energy is moved up into the headspace. Can I get 3 cards, please? 1, 2, 3. We've got the Ace of Pentacles in its upright. We've got the 3 of Wands in its reversal. We also have the King of Wands in its upright. I feel like this is a lot of the energy that is working through the understanding that we don't look for anything. We work to embody, right? The space by which we energetically work to embody our dreams is how we find our manifestations, right? This is working through. It's very. I keep on hearing like the modality by which the non-binary energy says nobody's ever coming to save us, right? When I keep on hearing when you are looking for someone to go save you, go look in the mirror. Like that is what I keep on hearing. And this is why, because I keep on hearing a lot of this energy can build us into the sense of anticipation. And the failure point of how we carry anticipation, it's a call, right? Anticipation is a call to the self. And often the space by which you're like, oh, I feel like something's going to change. I feel like something's going to change. I feel like something's going to change. Where is the change? Where is the change, right? And the universe is going, like the universe is going, like, you are the embodiment of the universe, right? And then you feel the call to change and you go, oh, I've been looking everywhere. I just can't see. I'm really annoyed. I feel like something's going to change. I look around. I can't find the change anywhere. It's the weirdest thing, right? We answer the call. We answer the call within ourselves when we have that energetic feeling. We don't go looking around going, where is it? You go, who do I have to become? What do I have to do? Right? The answering of the call is the space by which we understand or we recognize and identify what we need to bring out within us that allows for that energetic change to happen around us. So for a lot of the energy, and this is why so much of that platonic energy that we're seeing is like pushed up into the headspace, because it's like, I keep on seeing for a lot of that energy, it's working through, it's working through the aspiration of the self and getting frustrated at the self. Like they're feeling a lot of that Venus between Mercury and Mars being like, I'm like the energy that doesn't put that dissatisfaction in the world around them, right? Like feels more of that weight. Like I feel like they feel more of that intense weight to arrive towards the world, right? It's the space by which we give each other to answer that call within us that allows things to be energetically possible. So I keep on getting that for a lot of the energy doing that work, working through those situations and circumstances. The hard part about it is not being too hard on the self right now, because a lot of that energy I just keep on seeing, like working really hard, like having a really clear picture of one, like I keep wondering, having a really clear picture of one's manifestations is its own burden, is what I keep on hearing. Having a very clear picture of one's own manifestations or purpose is its own burden, because that's why I keep on hearing the same message. We have to hold ourselves gently even as we move towards what it is. And that's where it feels like it's very connected to the feminine message that comes through, which is saying, what's the point of a manifestation goal if you're suffering every step of the way in order to get there? It shouldn't feel like suffering. It should feel like a song of joy as you move towards what you know is for you, right? They're focusing on bringing that feeling into the self by coming, and this is why we talk about it, keep on hearing, centered in self, not self-centered. Right? Returning that love to the self, returning the space by which we care about ourselves, returning to the space by which we hold ourselves as precious. That is the start of allowing that change to occur around us, because it's the modality or the ability by which we feel that sense of healing within so that we can bring it forth without. Bottom of the deck on these readings today, bottom of the deck for masculine, we'll be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck. We've got the Wheel of Fortune in its reversal. So again, more connection. I feel like masculine and non-binary right now, there's a lot of energetic connection there today, but I think it has a lot to do, right? It has, like, there's a bit of rut, there's a quality of rut. There is a rut quality to this energy right now, okay? And I'm going to explain it again. Cancer in Jupiter I mean, I keep on saying that. Jupiter in Cancer in retrograde, Uranus in Taurus in retrograde. I want to change. It feels impossible, right? It feels impossible. When we're trying to change, it's like when we're trying to change something within us, it feels impossible. It feels impossible. It feels impossible. It feels impossible. And then you're doing it every day. And then you're doing it without thinking, right? This is the sound of a habit that becomes practice, right? This is the sound of something that feels like the frustration that we experience until it becomes rote, like the modality by which we work through things and we work through the energetic hurdle of our own expectation. But then again, what do we learn? Like, what do we learn with Taurus and Uranus? The only way, or Uranus and Taurus, the only way to find a comfort zone is one's own ability to push outside of one. And that doesn't mean you push it. And here, and this is where we're gonna get to feminine, right? Like navigating, masculines learning to navigate discomfort. What's feminine working on here? Learning to be a sanctuary of joy. Right? Like, you gotta love it, right? Masculine's working to navigate the discomfort necessary to change. Feminine is working through understanding the energetic point of joy, right? The space by which we say it's not with conviction, right? It's saying it's like having the manifestation goal and saying, and I'm going to be happy every step of the way towards it. I'm going to find joy in everything I can from here to there. Not A to B, and every delightful note in between, right? Only the delightful points, right? Like working, understanding a manifestation isn't being like, I want that. Being like, these are all the delightful steps I am going to take to move towards the modality or the experience by which I find something. The observation of saying, these are all the points of joy along the way that I am going to embark upon, right? It's like working through, right? And it talks to us about a journey, right? There are two different ways to get somewhere. You're like, I'm going to get there no matter what, right? And you ever have a trip with somebody like that who's like absolutely miserable until you get there. And then you get there and you're like, I don't even know why we came here. It was awful getting here. Like, you know what I mean? You ever have those modalities or experiences with someone where you're like, I'm never going anywhere with you. That was awful. You know, that's how it feels. Like, that's what it feels like when we're too focused on our manifestation goal, right? The modality or the experience by which we're working through, it shouldn't feel absolutely awful until we get there. It should be fun the whole entire way. So I feel like that's a lot of the feminine that's working on allowing the context of joy into the small, like the small spaces. Because the more joy that we find along the way, the faster we actually get to our manifestation goals, because we're following the energetic feeling. This brings us to the non-binary energy. And we have here, for non-binary energy, we'll be utilizing the Aquarian Tarot. This is the Chariot in its reversal, right? It feels bleak right now. This is bleak. It's bleak energy. And bleak energy is often the articulation of feeling the modality of being at one's own. It's like working through the modality by which you often experience, like see and experience things that you identify and recognize are straight up not okay. I see some of this energy being like, I don't know how to articulate to you that you should care about things, is what I keep on seeing. Like the modality or the experience by which, and this is why we understand, because the gift that we have is the ability to effectively honor each other's wishes, right? So long as our wishes don't hurt each other, the gift that we give each other in an experience that such as this is to honor each other's wishes. And we work into the space of honoring each other's wishes. And this is why we talk about the fact that being centered in self is not selfish. Because when you're selfish, you say, my wish is the only wish that matters. Doesn't matter what others want. Just matters like just my wish, right? But the modality by which I keep on hearing this energy say, you can have both. You can have an experience by which you move towards your highest self, and you can want that for everyone around you, so long as you are energetically proportionate in relationality to what you bring to things. It is about the energetic generosity, and this is what we talk about. The generosity of spirit is one that expands to everyone around us, right? It is the gift that keeps on giving, because that generosity that we energetically share, it's not just the fact that I have a wish or you have a wish. We all have wishes, right? And the modality by which our wish becomes shared is the space by which we help each other with our wishes, right? We give those wishes to one another. We amplify and we do what we can. And we don't do it entirely for one another, right? But we do everything we can in the modality of, and this is what we talk about in relationality to working through collective efforts, the modality by which one person's wishes amplify another person's wishes. It's the modality by which we move things into the space of healthy progress, right? That becomes like, it's the modality by which we learn and we grow together, right? It's a school of wishes. And so that experience by which we understand and identify that, we understand and we learn along the way, because everything I learn in the modality of reaching my wish supports you being able to find your wish, right? And that's what's so beautiful about it. It's a continual exaltation of the fact that we move towards our point of joy, but not only do we move toward our point of joy, but we share each other what that journey is. But we can't get there. We can't get there if you're spending every moment comparing each other's journeys. Because when you're spending every moment understanding that the gift of seeing another person's journey is the fact that they can help you with yours, and the modality by which you allow that to be the modality by which you move towards something. But in the state by which instead of experiencing that, you compare and you get mad, you go, I'm mad that they're going on their journey. I want to be on that journey, and still saying, that should inspire me to go on my journey, right? Then we don't get anywhere. Right? We have to let go of comparison. Comparison is the most awful thing that one can have in the experience of existing. Because when you spend all of your life comparing, you do not spend any of your time building. When you are looking out, when you are craning your neck every direction, you have no idea where you're going. So that modality, and that's what I keep on seeing, it has to do, and I feel like it's a lot of work that I see that energy navigates as it relates to energy that looks towards them, but feels like it's energetically unwanted attention. This is what we talk about in relationality to fixation, because when someone is in a state of dissatisfaction, the tendency to stare at somebody feels very profound. But when we stop staring in our point of dissatisfaction, but instead start concentrating on the self, then we begin to grow. Then we begin to effectively concentrate and be able to stop harboring, because when you can't harbor when you have your hands filled with present. When you're working on the present, it becomes the place where everything is renewed. So I feel like I see a lot of that energy doing that work and articulating that, and particularly and especially in relationality to energy. I keep on hearing fixated energy, having the audacity to call someone energetically selfish in the modality by which they're not giving another person attention, right? I keep on hearing the paradox of someone articulating selfishness that is more related to how someone, the modality by which another person speaks, that tells you everything you need to know in the modality by which they're seeing the word. And we have to be very conscious. We have to be very conscientious when we utilize that word selfish, because selfish comes from a demand. Selfish comes from an expectation. And I like to point out, sometimes selfish energy tells on themselves by utilizing that word again and again and again. Because when you're looking at everything and being like, that's selfish, selfish, what are you demanding from them? What are you asking from them that they're not giving you, that you are thus articulating as them not giving you enough of it? So that modality of understanding, it's not about identifying selfishness, but a lack of reciprocity. But reciprocity is based upon and built upon mutual energetic consent. And as soon as we start to heal that, the sooner we start to heal our relationships, the sooner we can actually get to the business of being able to work on those wishes. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and experiencing it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading and you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you would like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who participated in our recent class on the tarot. Our next class is going to be held on Thursday, January 15th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our study into the tarot with the focus on the World card. If you would like to become part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my Stack and become a paid subscriber. Your monthly subscription to my Stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I do my best to give you guys an update on everything we've studied thus far, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to our Stack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of readings, you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive, and you'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader, as well as the seasoned reader. Definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletters there, which will let you know about my in-person events, as well as my online live schedule and my Mystic Meditation articles, which give you updates on what we've been seeing energetically in the cards. I just wrote one recently on navigating this full moon that we just experienced. I would also like to invite you to the Stack to learn more about a very special retreat that I will be hosting August 8th through 13th. I would like to invite you on a tour with me to Tuscany, Rome, and Florence, where we will be studying the tarot in the cradle by which the tarot was first initially discovered, working to sharpen our tarot skills and understand more about the culture that allowed the tarot to find a home. Anyone who becomes part of that tarot class retreat will also be receiving a complimentary mentorship class with me. And if you sign up this week, you will also be entitled to a $200 discount that is expiring shortly. So if you'd like to become a part of that, make sure that you go ahead and register now. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings, which can be purchased per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations, Avatar. You got our highest gifter today. And congratulations to Julia. You came in second, so you will have an additional card in your reading. If anybody else would care to get on the list for today, it's a wonderful time to get on the list. You will be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, being semi-lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, if you're joining us across the other apps, you can also get on the list today via my tree that has Binks in it in my Lio. Also, if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list today, all you need to do is go ahead and let me know the date that you are added to the hold list, and I will be happy to add you back to it. And also, guys, we are at 10.5K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be doing that giveaway and gifting the reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. How are you doing today, MJ? Welcome. And thank you, Sister Shine, for those gifts. Thank you as well, Little Vamp. Grand Rising, dear. Good to see you today. Excellent. And congratulations on that certificate. Queen of Wands, thank you for the follow. Avatar, I've got you, dear. It was from 2 winnings. Yep, I've got you listed, dear. You're all set. And thank you again for joining us today, Donna. Hope you're having a beautiful day. How are you doing today, Nikki? Good to see you. A win is a win. I said cow all day yesterday. Well done. Well done. Good to see you as well, Haley. Excellent. Adam, you're always feeling. Honor your feelings now is how you'll feel again. And Nancy, thank you for the follow. Now I'm just imagining a naked crab and it's slightly disturbing. I mean, that's a soft shell crab, basically. Thank you as well, Avatar. You're welcome, Grand Rising, Ella. Thank you as well, user 632. Jen, good to see you. You still have that. Do you want to get on the list today? You still have the reading from yesterday that you won. And thank you as well, Suri. Good to see you as well, Julia. Welcome. I love this energy. It feels like a renewal of self. It's very Cancerian. You know, I don't mind Cancer energy, and it's a Leo. The moon's also in Leo right now, so that's having something to do with it, right? It's just like it's working through a state of compassion for the self that allows the context of change to occur. Yeah, I've been feeling that anticipation of change lately. And here's the thing about it, like not letting the anticipation overwhelm the self. Oh, Nicholas, I'm sending you so much support on that journey. They're always with us. And thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Regaining excitement to face even when difficult times, just to learn to grow and more. Beautifully stated. So true. I've been gently moving towards my manifestation goals. Continue to do so, Minnie. And 2 Mystic Mamas, thank you for the follow. The 3 of Wands is the future card. I mean, there are many cards that are future cards, but 3 of Wands can often talk about the desire to plan, to set one's to set one's destination. It's often a card of planning in relationality to the future, if that helps. Yes, moving forward with love. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Ace of Penicillin is giving off. I've never heard the ace. I don't know if you meant to post that there, but there's something funny about that. The gift of giving a present. It's a shortening of that. It doesn't necessarily have to mean a present, but it's building into the practical. It's having a mind or focus on the practical. Absolutely, Haley. And Amethyst Frequency, thank you for the follow. Yep, I assumed you meant pentacle. Great metaphor. Or is that an analogy? I mean, yeah, I think it's an analogy. I don't know. Nikin, thank you for the follow. Thank you as well, Macaroni. Thank you as well. And social media makes it worth with, it's completely awful. It's like the worst for that. It does not help. Hi there, Delil. How are you doing today? Hi, Aman. Welcome. I learned comparing self. It's a thief of joy. Continue to do that work, Melissa. I know, I love those baby chicks. Thank you for that gift. They're so sweet. I know. I try to shake my head. They never kiss my face. I feel like the little bear, hold on a minute. One moment. I feel like the little bear didn't bring much confetti with him. Oh, I know. It was a little bit. Thank you for those gifts, dear, and looking forward to our reading. Grand Rising, Estevan. Good to see you today. Naked crabs are the best. It was so miniature. I feel amazing. I won't lie. I feel limitless. I feel powerful. It's the Leo moon energy. I think it's helping us with a little bit of a boost today. Absolutely. Delicious was my response to Nikki about that crabs. There you go. How are you doing there, Sea Moon? All right, friends, we are going to get started on today's readings. If you'd like to get on the list, it's a wonderful time to get on the list. You will be the 3rd person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, being semi-Lio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. First person we are reading for today is going to be Avatar. Avatar, if you're here, can you respond? Can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the second person read for. Avatar, I know you also won the highest gifter today, so it's up to you whether you would like to utilize both those readings today, or if you'd like to do an extended, or if you'd like to hold one of those readings. Just let me know what you would prefer to do. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it's an absolutely lovely time to get on the list. You will be the second person read for. And while we wait for Avatar's question, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We are going to, hold on a moment. All right. All right. We've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, we will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the salmon. We will do that again after the next reading. Thank you guys for participating. And I've got Avatar here. I'm going to pin up Avatar. Guys, make sure to give Avatar some love. We're doing highest good, and you're going to save the other one for another day. Perfect. And if anybody else wants to get on the list for today, now is a wonderful time to get on the list. You will be the second person read for. List is nice and short today. And the question that we have coming through for Avatar right now is highest good. Can I get 4 cards, please? 4 cards, please, for Avatar, highest good. Thank you. And 2 more, please. And 1 more. Thank you. All right, what do we got here? So I'm not sure what I'm reading upon, but I don't know why, but I feel like I see you moving back and forth in relationality to a decision is all I keep on seeing. I've got a lot of this I've got a lot of this energetic back and forth energy around you in relationality to something. And it feels like it almost feels like a bit of an energetic metronome. Like I've got you going back and forth, back and forth. Let's talk about it a little, because I want to stress this. It feels to me it feels like it's in relationality to a situation that you walked away from. And the message I'm getting through on this, and it feels like it's coming through really strongly, is there are situations that we walk away from because we desire to. And there are situations that we walk away from because we have to. And what is the context of walking away from a situation that we feel like we have to move away from? It often is in the context of not finding in that situation what we effectively expected it to be. And I keep on getting this here because, and it feels to me, and I can feel some kind of energy pulling on you, like somebody effectively desires to have you back. But the thing is, and I keep on hearing this, I keep on seeing the word suffer. We don't create the context of having to suffer through situations. We don't create insufferable experiences for one another. We work to be not insufferable, which is the observation. And I feel like it's really important because I got some kind of energy here, like trying to navigate something from a point of chagrin, like somebody trying to say, oh, I thought you said you do. And I want to stress this. There is nothing more toxic. There is nothing more energetically toxic on the planet than somebody who would look you in the eye and say, I thought you said you'd do anything for me. Because here's the thing about it. We work so that those who care about us don't have to. When we actually care about someone, we operate under the balanced condition of knowing that we would do anything for each other. And then we strive to make sure that that is never the space by which another person has to experience us. I'm going to say that again because I think it's really important and it's coming from one of your guides. The modality, we don't look at each other in our worst moment and then say, I thought that you said you'd do anything for me. I guess you didn't care. It's not about caring. It's about condoning. Because when somebody is giving you something that is completely inappropriate and you stick around for it, all you tell them is this is normal. All you're saying is this is a normal that I'm willing to accept. And I feel like that is the frustration between you and another person. It has nothing to do with care. Has absolutely nothing to do with care. It has to do with someone normalizing an insufferable situation. It has to do with someone trying to make you feel energetically comfortable with something that you would never be comfortable with. And I keep on getting, we don't do that. We don't do that to each other. We simply don't do it. The space by which we understand that relationship is what we climb towards. It makes us better. It should not be a place by which you experience the worst of another person. And then they say to you, but, you said you cared about me. I guess you don't care about all of me. No, you shouldn't. There are some parts of us that should not receive care for this reason. Because when we care for them, we condone it, right? If I'm in the modality by which I'm giving you my worst parts, and you're loving me in those worst moments, there's no expectation by which I have any desire to improve upon that, right? That's a space by which you say, it's totally okay. Yeah, go ahead. Do that to me again. It's fine, right? We don't do it. We don't do it to anyone. The context of love is the context, and I want you to write this down, because everything you need to know about that situation, show me how good it can be. That is what we do in a state of love. Show me how good it can be. And that doesn't mean we're perfect, right? Far from it. It doesn't mean that we're perfect in the context of showing each other how good it can be. But it does not mean, and when you see somebody, when you meet somebody, when you build a connection with, and they say, oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you, my description of love is I get to be awful. I now get to be my worst version of self for you, and you have to hold me in that. That observation, that experience, that tells you everything you need to know in relationality to where they feel that they are energetically prioritizing the work. Especially if this is a situation by which another person gives all of the best parts to everyone around them except for the person that they hold closest to. The person we hold closest to should always get the best parts of us, not the worst. They should always get the best parts. They should not get the dregs. They should not get the dregs that are left over after giving everybody the best version of self. But those who are working through the context of their misery, that's what it energetically feels like when we're building connection. And I need to stress this, if that's the modality by which another person was coming towards you, that is the place by which they need to get support. Make sure somebody is not trying to normalize treating you in a despicable fashion. And make sure that make sure that they're not invoking the word love to do so. Make sure that they're not trying to come towards you, making you feel guilty by saying, I thought you said, I guess you were wrong when you said that you were able to, I guess you were wrong when you said that you cared about me. That has nothing to do with care. Some energy is not safe to love. And I know that's hard to hear. And that doesn't mean that we don't care about them. Doesn't mean that we don't still have care for them. But we understand that the minute that we start to hold ourselves preciously, caring about someone, but caring about someone who has not made themselves safe to love, that is us moving in a fashion that allows us to begin to heal from it. Bottom of the deck on this reading, And here's the thing, it's not the fact, right? It's not the fact that we don't help each other, right? It's not the fact that we don't help each other on those energetic journeys, right? But the work is possible only when the work is mutual. The work is possible only when the work is mutual. The ability and the adaptability to be able to articulate and define, especially if someone is pushing back against what you are articulating, saying, you're experiencing, especially if someone is denying the experience that you are articulating, that you're having in the context of them. You cannot fix anything if someone is in the denial of the experience that you are energetically having. It's an impossibility space. It does not become the work of fixing, it becomes the work of tolerating. So even in the context by which there's something to be energetically repaired here, make sure if there's going to be work that is done, it starts with them being able to explain exactly, with not just saying I'm ready to believe you, saying I need you to see it, I need you to understand it, and not the space by which somebody says, okay, I'll do it for you. They can't get help with this. They can't. And here's the thing, work does not count if we say we're doing it for another person. Because when we say I'm doing it for you, what you're really saying is I don't want it, I'm not going to let it come in. I'm going to be present for it. I'm going to sit there and I'm going to go through it, but I'm not going to be absorbing it. I'm just doing it for you. I keep on hearing there's no relenting that you can bring into the context by which one articulates. It's not the space by which they say, I'll do it for you. They say, I know I need it. That's what you need to hear from them. Not, I'll do it for you. I know I need it. I know it would be good for me. Because I keep on hearing, if they're just sitting there in some kind of experience by which they've decided to get help for something, but I keep on hearing, they're just going through it and they're recognizing the fact, like they're not even checked into it, like that is not the sound of someone actually getting support. That's the sound of someone going through the motions. Going through the motions doesn't fix anything. They have to be mutually invested in it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, it's a wonderful time to get on the list. You will be the second person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And also, if anybody wants to get on the list right now, now is a perfect time to get on the list. You'll be the next person read for. Hold on, just reading over the comments. I love those birds, absolutely. They're so cute. I feel like like the little bear, yep. Grand Rising, Esteban, good to see you today. I know. Oh, you were just reading about salmon, that's wild. Internally, yes, it is. Yes, condoning. Janine, thank you for the follow. I think they went back to someone they were healing from probably again. But I don't know. But and that's what I keep on getting, like none of this leapfrog energy. Right? Like none of this leapfrog energy. Like I keep wondering, when we're healing, we don't throw ourselves into each other's arms. Yeah. They were clear they wouldn't put up with it. Yeah. I'm no longer helping them figure that out. You're welcome, dear, and I hope these messages help. I can relate to this so much. They have said that. Thank you, dear. I hope these messages helped. As I mentioned, friends, if you'd like to get on the list right now, you'll be the next person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are going to move into 1 card readings for subscribers right now. So if you would like to, if you are a subscriber who would like a card pulled, go ahead and put your question in the comments. I'll be happy to pull a card for you. If you would like to become a subscriber, just hit that subscribe button at the bottom of the screen, and I'll be happy to pull a card for you as well. I got you 1 card for today, please, for Bridget. 1 card for today. Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. This feels productive. I don't know if you're going to a meeting or you're introducing yourself to someone, but I've just got a lot of energy here that feels like I see you kind of working in some fashion in a way that feels like it's energetically productive. Getting a lot of things off your to-do list. Yeah, the seven of wands, swords in its upright. This is saying to me, like, I feel like I see a lot of work that you're potentially doing. You know, it's interesting because it feels like I would be curious what's happening in your dream space right now, because I'm just identifying a lot of feelings that are coming up. But like, this is what I mean. Like, I see you navigating the feelings, not dwelling on them, but just being productive through them. Animal spirit guide, please. Yeah, especially with the stag energy. You know, it's a continuation of saying like the modality by which we work towards what feels beneficial is recognizing and identifying. Like, I keep on hearing, like, it's interesting. It's a continuation of yesterday's reading, like forwards, not backwards, right? Like the space by which we feel something energetically productive is one by which we talk towards what's ahead of us, not what's behind us. It feels like somebody might want to have a conversation with you about the past in some capacity too. I got you, good vibes. 1 card, please, on the energy around the discussion that you had. 1 card, please, for good. I feel like there's something about them making up their mind about something. Something about them making up their mind, but not just them making up their mind, like helping make up their mind so that you can make decisions about something is all I keep on seeing. Like something in like let me get bottom of the deck on this. Yeah, they doubt themselves too much, you know? Like, this is with the Justice card in its reversal and the 2 of Pentacles. Like, I keep wondering, you make a decision so that you can move on to the next decision, right? Like, especially when it comes to plans, none of this, like, I'll let you know energy. Be like, it's yes or no. I can't, it's like you having to have a conversation and saying it's painful to exist in a liminal space. I feel like you're the type of person that needs to know what's happening. You don't want to be in that, like, be almost saying to somebody like, you got to tell me by this date, right? Not feeling like you have to constantly chase someone down for something. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, particularly with that bear energy. You know, like, I keep on hearing, then we make a plan so that we can make another plan. I keep on hearing plans stack on themselves. And this is why it can be really enervating when someone is wiggly on plans, because it doesn't allow you to effectively stack the plans or be able to build around the plan. So I feel like that's the type of conversation you have to have with someone. And thank you for getting on the list, Lisa. You'll be the next person read for. If you guys could please pause on the 1 cards. We're going to be returning back to personals. Good vibes. 1 card on energy. Hold on a minute. Claire, 1 card on incoming. Love, please. You got more than 1 coming out. These did not want to separate. This is somebody who wants the same things as you. It says to me, no more of this, like, no more of this dragging out situation in relationality to a manifestation goal. I keep on hearing this is energy that says what they want, but also like does what they say, is what I keep on getting. Yeah. We don't say things to get our way. I feel like I see you recovering from somebody who, I don't know, it's like, it feels like they set a manifestation goal that they didn't really believe, right? Like somebody, like I keep wondering, there's no greater crime than wasting someone's time, is what I keep on hearing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, there's no greater time than we're wasting someone's time. I keep on hearing this is why busy energy will never betray you, is what I keep on hearing. There's no greater time than wasting our time, and busy energy will never betray you because they understand the importance of time, is what I keep on hearing. That's so interesting. You dreamt, oh, hold on a minute. You dreamt of your ex's sister last night, but don't remember it. Interesting. That's all that karmic stuff coming up in the dream space right now. You're welcome, Bridget. Hi there, Lisa. Yep, I got you on the list, dear. That's exactly it. I literally said, I feel like I'm stressing him out by wanting clarity. But that you should, but you should have clarity. Like it shouldn't be a stressful thing. Yeah, exactly. You're welcome, dear. I never heard it put like that. Oh, thank you, C. All right, we're going to continue right now. Lisa, could you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question that you'd like me to answer? And if anybody else would like to get on the list today, it's an absolute wonderful time to get on the list. You'll be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings. And you can book private readings on my site. We're also at 11.8K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 50K in no time. Akashic reading for Lisa, absolutely. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the cow. Thank you, guys. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I'm going to pin up Lisa here. Can I get an Akashic for Lisa, please? And you'll have an additional card in your reading for being the first person on the list today. Let's see. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ooh. Wow. Whoa. This is your cow. Oh, this is why the cow keeps on coming out. All right. There's a really strong message that I'm getting in relationality to this reading. And it talks about strong foundations. A strong foundation changes everything, is what I keep on hearing. A strong foundation changes everything. And I feel like you know something about that in a deep way, because I keep on hearing, I feel like I see some kind of situation of you having to heal from some kind of karmic situation by which another person was, I keep on hearing, trying to survive, is what I keep on getting. And the thing about it is, When you're trying to survive, you can't thrive. When you're trying to survive, you can't thrive because you have to expend so much energy into just trying to effectively make an energetic end meet that it doesn't create the ability to like step back and move with intentionality is what I keep on seeing. And I think it's really difficult because um, you are effectively like I see you very much as a rock in that capacity. I've got a lot. I feel like there's something really important that I'm identifying in relationality to um like and I want to point out like I don't know what I'm seeing here, but it almost I need to stress it almost reads to me like you're doing some type of work to sort out something that doesn't make any sense, is what I keep on getting. There is literally, I don't know what I'm seeing here, but what I'm identifying has to do, and I want to stress this. I often see I often see energy like this in the context by which another person makes someone feel like they're in a dire situation that was never as dire as they made it out to be, is what I keep on getting. Never as dire as they made it out to get to be. I just keep wondering, never as dire as they made it out to be. You're allowed to feel fire, is all I keep on hearing. Because the reason I keep on hearing never as dire as they made it out to be, you're allowed to feel fire, which is I see a situation by which, and again, I don't know if this is the past life I'm seeing here or the present, or there could be a little bit of carryover. And it's giving me a little bit of dragon energy, and it's saying unhealthy dragon energy. And the reason I keep on getting unhealthy dragon energy is the modality by which another person says, I don't have anything. We don't have anything. You should be terrified. We don't have anything. We don't have anything. We don't have anything. Like the amplification of another person articulating to you over and over and over that you don't have anything, which puts you in a space by which you're constantly scrambling to try to do anything you can, not to take from the person that is articulating the fact that they don't have anything. And then at some point turning around and realizing that in the space by which they kept on saying that you don't have anything, they were sitting on everything. That is the type of energetic violation that I'm seeing that is occurring. The violation, and this is why I keep wondering, this is why the fire you feel in that experience feels so real. Because in the moment by which you realize that a situation was so dire, it makes you realize that your headspace, the space by which you are operating from a place of need, was never necessary, right? And I feel like there's something about you identifying that in this life that is allowing you to chase after your dreams, is what I keep on seeing. Something about this life and that realization, right? The situation was not so dire. I deserve this fire. is all I keep on hearing. The modality by which another person recognizes and realizes that the state of anxiety that another person put them in was an illusion, but not just the fact that it was an illusion, the fact that it required you to spend so much time and energy making choices based upon need, right? I keep on hearing the false struggle of energetically struggling in the context by which you didn't have to necessarily struggle. I keep on seeing there's something about this life. That is what I keep on hearing. That is valid fire is all I keep on hearing. And the reason I keep on hearing valid fire is because they're saying you have a right to be upset about it. You have a right to feel energetically violated. You have a right to feel angry about it because it's the mode. And they're showing the architecture of saying the reason is because when we are operating from a state of need, we don't follow our dreams. We do something out of a sense of desperation. We do it because we feel that anxiety in relationality is doing what we have to do instead of what we aspire to do. And it's really, and the thing about it is this is the most dangerous thing to do with someone who's in cow energy, who's a hard worker, because it's not the context. Like I almost see somebody being like, well, I almost see somebody being like, oh, well, I wanted to build like a work ethic in you. But the trauma does not, you can't put a work ethic in someone who comes here with a work ethic, right? All you do when someone arrives with a work ethic, right? I don't know if you have Taurus placements, but when someone already arrives with a work ethic, right? And then you try to articulate to them that the situation's dire when it's not, all you're doing is you're taking advantage of that person. You're taking advantage of that person's hard work. You're taking advantage of that energy's loyalty. You're taking advantage of someone who's trying not to put weight on others, failing to recognize that another person was energetically denying them something. So I feel like there's something really important. And I don't, again, this is either something that's carrying through from the past life in relationality to something that was being held away from you, is what I keep on hearing. Somebody holding something away from you that you effectively are owed or deserve. Or the modality by which another person, and this is why we have to be so careful about being in a state of perpetual lack. Somebody who tries to say like my pockets are empty while they're sitting on a hoard, right? Like that is the violation that happens where someone goes, my pockets are empty, and being like, I literally see you sitting on a hoard. You're sitting on a hoard and you're showing the empty pockets. The bright side about this is I see that it's changing. It's changing in the context of your experience. I don't see you doing that to anyone. And I feel like I actually see the fact that in this life, you're going to be a facilitator of others going after after their dreams is what I keep on seeing. Like it's giving me a lot of this energy of you saying to someone, I'm never going to do that to you. I'm never going to make you feel like, I keep on hearing, I'm never going to make you feel like you need to worry about me, is what I keep on hearing you say. You saying to someone, I'm never going to make you feel that you going after your dreams is selfish because I'm going to take care of myself, is what I keep on hearing, right? Some kind of modality or experience by which you're not, I keep on hearing none of that unhealthy dragon horde energy, which is somebody being like, oh, we're in such a bad shape. We're in such bad shape. And being like, don't worry about, I see you almost doing the opposite, being like, don't worry about me. I'm energetically fine. You go after your dreams, because they're like, I keep on hearing it ends with you. It ends with you. Whatever that lack mentality, and this is the lack mentality, right? This is the violation of the lack mentality, right? The energy that says I don't have anything while they're sitting on a hoard often creates a trauma for the energy around them because it doesn't create the context by which another person can follow their dreams. So I see that, I feel like I see you doing something in this life that helps someone see all of the possibilities that are around them in dire situations, either because you carried this karma in with you from the past life, but also because there's some kind of architecture of the fact that you're still experiencing it, either in the modality of the self or in the modality of seeing those who have been violated in that fashion. And this is why I keep on hearing that violation. And here's the thing about it. In the Akashic, It doesn't seem like a big deal here in the Akashic. That type of violation is it is considered one of the worst violations to have. Like those who do it are in the worst space simply because it's the space by which you create a false reality around another. There's no the one like there's no the amount of time it takes. It's interesting too, the amount of time it takes to recover from doing that. I can't even describe like how long it takes. It's like I keep on hearing like it's because I keep on hearing it's the amplification. Like that is what true selfishness means. Like true selfishness is the space by which you say to somebody, I have nothing, while you're sitting on everything, is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, the distortion of perfect, right? We were just fine. We were very comfortable. Some kind of situation by which another person goes, we like somebody incredibly comfortable trying to create the illusion of a dire situation so that someone doesn't take their hoard is what I keep on seeing. The modality by which somebody says we were perfectly fine that whole time is all I keep on hearing is when the line is drawn. And I feel like that is the separation of a lot of energetic relationships around you. Because I keep on hearing it's the false help me. It's somebody who has everything. I keep on hearing somebody who has everything, who then goes, help me to get for a gimme, right? Somebody who goes, somebody like literally like this is what I keep on seeing that you're here to energetically eradicate. And this is why they call it dragon horde energy, because it's the unhealthy dragon. It's the energy that goes, it's so bad, it's so bad, it's so bad, right? The amplification of saying how bad it is while they're sitting on anything, and then they go, gimme. Like it's the combination of that. There's no recovery from it, because that is the amplification of selfishness. And it's just not one thing or another. It's all the bad things at once, right? It's the modality by which you're creating the false illusion to another that everything is not perfectly comfortable, right? So you're creating, it's like the triple worst thing to do, because it's a space by which you say everything is comfortable, like trying not letting someone know the illusion that they're perfectly fine. They're in a state of energetic safety. So you're robbing them of the illusion that everything is safe. And at the same time, you say, you have to make choices in the space by which you're in a dire situation. So you're limiting their own ability to enjoy their own life. And at the same time, you work through the space by which you say, help me. So the space by which you say to the person that you've now put in the dire situation, you have to make your decisions and support us because we don't have anything while they have everything. And then they say, gimme, because they're literally in the process of doing that, asking for more to put into their hoard, while they're articulating to you the fact that if you cared about them, that they would do so. There is no, like the amount of like 10, they're saying to me 10 generations back. They say it sets you have to do everything 10 times more when you go through doing things like that, because it's the space by which you never energetically escape that trap, is what I keep on saying. So I would not be surprised if you've had experiences where by which you've seen someone like that and being like, you don't have a good bone, like you saying to somebody, there is nothing, like it's irredeemable. There's no redemption from it. There's no redemption. So the modality by which you recognize that, I feel like if you close people out of your life for that reason, this is why I see that is happening. So I wouldn't be surprised if you either closed out cycles where you saw someone in that state of deep greed, like that state of deep greed and selfishness, or simultaneously, if you yourself have helped others through modalities by which they themselves have been experiencing it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also at 15K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. Thank you so much, Dandy, for the follow. And just reading over the comments that came through as I was reading. 111. I sent, yep, I got you, Lisa. Absolutely. And Dark Book, thank you for the follow. Yeah, and it does. It's interesting that yesterday you had that financial reading that we were asking for. Yep, sixth house rule, but and that's why you can't do like that's what I mean. You come here with a work ethic. It's the worst atrocity that someone can put on you. Like sixth house Taurus, to do that to someone with a sixth house Taurus placement, like already hardworking, like I keep wondering, you don't need to create the false illusion that it's a dire situation to get someone with a sixth house Taurus to work. That's why I keep on hearing no exception. There's no context, and the fact that there's no context by which someone could do that to you, because you would you would do it out. The sixth house Taurus says you do it for the joy it brings, right? We don't work to, like, sixth house Taurus says we don't work to live, we live to work. Right? That when you care about the thing you do it every day. And that's why it would be such an egregious violation to do something like that to a sixth house Taurus, because you're effectively in the space of finding something that you could do infinitely. Yeah, I know, when I see that type of energy, like trapped is what I always get. Yeah. And thank you for the follow, dear. It's very interesting. I love that. I think there's a huge generational, no, you're breaking, like I see, like they literally, like those cards, I don't know if you saw it, you're in the process of breaking it. It actually has made it harder for me to put in the work because it's draining. And I can see the mindset's difficult to carry, but I keep on seeing you are the one in the process of changing the energetic mindset, right? And I keep on, and that's what I meant in relationality to someone saying the first, like, we don't turn away from things we're afraid of, we face them. Because I keep on hearing, like, and that's what I mean in terms of you putting the pieces together on something, being like, why don't you want to talk about, like, you saying to somebody, like, why don't you want to talk about this? We should talk about it. And then being like, no, and being like, that doesn't make any sense. Like I almost see you trying to put the pieces together on something and being like, you're not making any sense right now, is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, putting a lot of into it for sure. Thank you so much, dear, and thank you again for having that reading with me. We're going to continue right now. If anybody else would like to get on the list right now, you will be the next person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are going to return back to 1 card readings for subscribers. So if you are a super fan who would like a card pulled, go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you would like to become a super fan, all you need to do is hit that button at the bottom of the screen. Your super fan status will make you eligible for a 1 card. And also, if you became a super fan today, I would encourage you to head over to our super fan only disco channel. And if you would like to become an invite for that, all you need to do is send me a disco gift and I'll be happy to add you to the list. If you are interested in learning more in the disco channel, you will find in the perks section a special channel a special coupon that will give you a discount to our Tarot Church class program. Our next class is happening on Thursday, January 15th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with the World card. And if you're interested in learning more about our trip, message me the word trip, and I will also send you an invite, send you information related to the trip. I got you, Julia. Highest and best, please. You've got 2 cards coming to you right now. Can I get 2 cards for Julia, please? Thank you. We've got here the Page of Wands in its upright with the Hermit card in its reversal. So this is effectively articulating or speaking towards allowing some kind of context of being able to be energetically patient through things right now. The hard thing I keep on seeing is the modality by which you've got clarity on a situation that you wish you could energetically impart to another person. I keep on getting the same message. Some clarity, if we don't see it on our own, like I just keep on hearing, like, the space by which we try to articulate to another what happens feeds into another's illusion, is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, particularly and especially with that strength card, right? It's interesting because it almost feels to me like I almost feel like there's some type of energy that, and it's interesting too, because we talk a lot about this with we see this a lot with Leo, the Leo moon energy, right? Like the space by which we say to each other, you should know me so well that you know that I would not do that, right? Like this is why when someone accuses us of something, it can feel so painful, because the modality by which we shouldn't feel like we need to defend against something that feels so antithetical to who we are. I keep on hearing like energy, and this is why we don't accuse each other of things, because when we accuse each other of things, like it's the observation of understanding the fact that we don't trust one another. Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially with the animal spirit guide, hard to see, better to know, right? Hard to see, better to know, this is how you grow. Hard to see, better to know, this is how you grow. That observation, like don't let it hurt you, let it fortify you in relationality to, like, how, I mean, I keep on hearing when we care about each other, we defend each other, we don't accuse each other, is all I keep on hearing. When we care about each other, we defend each other, we don't accuse each other, which says to me, like, you have a right to be upset if somebody who you know should have like defended you in a moment instead energetically accused you of something that another person was energetically saying that was not true. Thank you so much, dear. Final call right now for anybody who is a subscriber who has not had a card pulled today. Just a reminder, if you missed the Daily Collective today, it'll be up on the place where we keep the photos. It'll also be up on the place where we keep the videos. It'll also be up as a podcast. Whoop, whose card is that? Over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. Also, if you would like to be notified as to, I got you, Ella. Oh, this is your card. This is a productivity day for you. Hard things first. Just get the things that you've got on your to-do list. Just get them done. Just mark them off. I keep on hearing you'll feel better having done them, is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck, please. Yeah, especially with the Lover's card. You know, I feel like this is you kind of building into some kind of modality by which you're, like, I just keep on seeing a situation or scenario by which you're working through something, but it says to me, like, I see you putting a lot of work into healthy relationships too, like identifying and recognizing, like identifying and recognizing what that force of intention is, but not just what that force of intention, like being able to articulate to another, like something that meant something to you, is what I keep on getting. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, like it's giving me, like, it feels to me like it's a little bit of a catch-up day. Like, remember, I keep on hearing, like, take it easy, like little bursts of energy, right? Don't overextend yourself right now, is what I keep on seeing. Oh, thank you. I hope that you're feeling better, dear. One card for Minnie on work. Ooh, new team. One card, please. Give it some time, is what I keep on seeing. I feel like there's something, I don't know why. I feel like it might be your responsibility to help someone learn the ropes, you know? There's something I'm seeing there in relationality to, um, helping another person. Like, I don't know if it's a bunch of new energy, but like it feels like there's something about helping someone understand a process. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, Queen of Pentacles. Like, I feel like it's kind of like you're the source of truth on something. So I feel like in a way it's potentially having to work to help energetically correct. Like, it's like somebody being like I keep on hearing honey, not vinegar, which is say if somebody's doing something that they know that they shouldn't, be like, I like the direction, but this is what we have to pay attention to, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like not stopping someone dead in their tracks is what I keep on getting. Yeah, do you see all these cards that just flew out? Yeah, 3 different cards, right? Like I keep on hearing you're on the right track is better than saying we can't do that, is what I keep on, you're on the right track. I keep on hearing you're on the right track is a good way of saying, well, we can't exactly do that, is what I keep on hearing. Yep. Spot on. You're welcome, Ella. Sending you support on that journey. Yeah, the team is going to be learning. Oh, holy. Okay, thank you. Thank you for confirming, dear, and sending you support on that journey. All right, my friends, final call right now. Yep. Final call right now for any of my super fans who have not had a card pulled today, or if you want to become a super fan and have a card pulled, the list is also open if anybody would like to get on the list for a full reading today. As I mentioned, for anybody who is a subscriber who just joined today, welcome. Make sure that you head over to our subscriber-only disco channel. Introduce yourself to the collective. You'll also find in the perks section a special coupon code that will give you a discount to our tarot class subscription program. I got you, Lisa. 1 card between you and the partner, please. I keep on hearing some people you don't have to like, but you gotta love. I think that it has to do with your feelings around something. I keep on hearing like this often happens with familial connections. You don't gotta like them, but you gotta love them, right? Like the modality of understanding that's often the context that we have to work through, especially as it relates to unhealed family connections, right? Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like and understanding that the situation by which another person works through that, you know? I feel like there's something different. Like I think that there's something very different in relationality to the connection that they have versus yours. Because I keep on hearing it's really hard to be in a position by which you have to say to someone, you don't have to like them, you have to love them, which is the space by which like you wish, like you can't, like the identification point by which you can't energetically change someone, but you still feel energetically connected to them is what I keep. It's complicated. Yeah, it's like this is what we talk about. It's complicated, right? This is complicated. So helping understand the complication that they feel in relationality to situations like that, right? And helping them focus on what feels supportive in relationality to positive directions. Yep. I see you, Hannah. 1 card highest. And yes, you can absolutely get on Bridget. Just a moment. You said you want to get on from you said the 31st. Bear with me a moment. Are you sure it was the 31st? Oh, I got it on the 30th. Yeah, the 30th, not the 31st. Yep. Okay, cool. I was like, wait, nothing. Okay. Yep, I got you, dear. All right, perfect. You'll be the next person we're reading for. All right. And guys, please hold on the personals if you haven't posted one yet. Yep, it's okay. I found it. Thank you for the potato, Nikki. Good to see you today. And thank you for recharging your heart me's, guys. Please remember to charge your heart me's if you'd like an additional card on top of your 1 card. All right. Where were we? Yeah, okay, so Hannah. Okay, so we're going to do Hannah's card, and then we're going to do Bridget's reading. So if you have not posted your 1 card, please hold on it. Oh, and for It's My. 1 moment, please. Bear with me a moment. Hold on, I'm just pulling it up. Good Lord, where'd it go? There we go. Hold on. Yes. 1 card, please, for It's My. I keep on hearing the same message. Your guides are not going to give you something that makes you energetically question your direction. Beyond like I feel like there's a lot of work your guides are doing to help you trust yourself and trust your decisions, especially especially with this Hierophant in its reversal. Um, I feel like this is you kind of working through some kind of doom energy, you know? And it's funny too because like I'm actually hearing the message like so I'm sorry, this is going to sound really specific in relationality to this right now, but one of your guides said, "Doom, doom, doom goes the trolley." But what they were saying is, "Doom, doom, doom goes the troll," is what they were saying. "Doom, doom, doom goes the trolley," was what they were saying. "Doom, doom, doom goes the trolley," which is to say, when someone's trying to troll you, they're going to articulate the fact that you're headed in the wrong direction, is what they kept on saying. Animal spirit guide card. Yeah, it's saying again, like it's. I just keep on hearing. I feel like you need to write that down. Pieces. I just keep on hearing. Doom, doom, doom goes the troll e, which is them saying doom goes the trolley, which is to say when you're doing something that's for your best interest, pay attention to someone who says you're going the wrong way. Is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. I know. I was. It's very funny. I was also impressed in hearing it. Hi there, user. Hi there, user. And hi, Karen. I'm happy to read for you. These are donation-based readings. If you would like to get on the list, all you need to do is send the donation payment. You'll be the second person read for today. The list is nice and short if you want to get on the list. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more for for non-subscribers. Excellent. And Bridget, could you let me know? I see you typing. So I don't know if you need another minute. If Bridget, if you're posting your question, I think you're posting a dream. So if you guys stick around, oh, it's here. Perfect. Okay, wonderful. Before we continue, and it's a dream. Yay! I want to get like a sound whenever we have to do a dream. I need to get one of those things. All right. Thank you for the follow, Star. All right, before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The dog. Thank you, guys. We'll do that again after the next reading, and I'm going to pin up Bridget here. Make sure to give Bridget some love. All right, dream interpretation, outside tea. Can we do a dream reading on last night's dreams? I only remember my ex's sister being in the dream. We are friends in real life, but really just acquaintances. I watched her son a few times, but we never really hung out on one-on-one, just in group settings for the past 9 years. In the dream, I remember us being very close, and everything felt really positive. But then I remember part of my dream telling my guides not to let me remember this part, which is weird. That's never happened to me before. I remember saying to them, don't let me take this back. That's all. 4 cards. I'm gonna before we continue, I just want to make sure that I have your consent to continue with this reading, because you literally articulated to the guides that you didn't want to take it back. So are you consenting to me? Okay, I'm just making sure. Okay. So The thing about in order to understand the dream, we have to understand the karmic association that this person has with you. And also we have to look at the shape. And the way I want you to kind of understand this, we have to look at the observation of the landscape of what we've discovered in your dream space up until this point. So the first thing that we recognize is that you're healing from a karmic situation by which there are telltale signs that somebody might have been treating you as if you were a third party. There were modalities or experiences that we saw in the dream space that gave indications of the fact that you were potentially in a relationship where you thought that you were the energetic priority, but there was that shocking moment by which you may have potentially discovered that you were not necessarily the priority, but that you were in fact the third party. The modality by which another person made it feel like they were not trying to build into a relationship with you, but that you were effectively interrupting. You were something that was happening between them having another relationship with another person. And this was articulated. They're showing me the dream that you had in relationality to them, effectively bringing someone over that they told you that you didn't have to worry about, and seeing the fact that they were intimately connected, and going through all of the stages of grief, navigating that as a possibility. So that is the shape by which we find this dream. Now that brings us to the connection by which you articulated, and I think it's really important that even in the space by which you described this person, you put the word friends in quotation marks. They're an energetic acquaintance. They're an energetic connection to the karmic that you're working to heal from. So friends is questionable, because the thing about friends is friends tell each other things. Friends tell each other the full truth that they're effectively recognizing and seeing. So the modality by which you even articulated that you said you watched her son a few times, but you never really hung out one-on-one, we're also building a karmic situation by which somebody is getting something from you, right? There's a transactional quality in the space by which you're helping them with something. So you are a benefit in the space by which they are in their life. So this creates, and this is why in the dream space you said there was something about you being very close and everything felt very energetically positive. But then you remembered something that you said, don't let me remember this. Because the modality of understanding closeness, right? The modality of being able to understand closeness is the space by which when we care about each other, we tell each other everything we see. We prioritize our care in terms of what is in the best interest of us. We don't energetically protect anyone. So we have to take into consideration what we've seen in your previous dream space, which is potentially recognizing a situation or circumstance by which you're trying to get to the bottom of the fact of someone who is potentially too emotionally invested in another person while still being in a relationship with you, right? And then building into the space of this person as an acquaintance and working through the unresolved feelings in relationality to the fact that they might have known that. They might know more about that they have potentially articulated to you, right? That they're not necessarily bringing to you the full shape of their energetic perception. And it's interesting because I was trying to say perspective, but instead I said perception. But perception, and that's why I keep on hearing perception, would be the modality by which someone is trying to save you, right? They're not telling you something because they care about you. So they're not telling you because they know it would energetically hurt you. And they know that it would also completely irrevocably damage not only the connection that they have in the context of the relationship, but also in whatever it is that they were trying to build with you in the space of energetically caring about you. Because I can see even here, right? Like I almost see a situation by which, and this is often what happens in the context, and remember, and this is where the previous This is where the previous reading falls into this one, because what did we see in the previous reading that we spoke about? You don't have to like them, you have to love them, right? That this is often the context that we experience family with, which is often the space by which we say we don't have to like them, we have to love them. So the modality by which they may have a relationship with their brother that they do not approve of, the things that they do in it, right? The modality by which they may see them working in a space by which they put them in uncomfortable positions, things that create spaces by which they themselves may have a full tableau of what's going on, and they may be very angry at that person. They may even talk to them about it on the side, but it's not the conversation that they're having with you. And it's that wall, right? I keep hearing it's the perspective wall, right? The space by which there may be something about that feels like their identification, like the understanding that they may have more of a full understanding of the tableau of what was going on there. There was something about that dream that showed you something on the other side of that wall, right? They showed you something in relationality to the proximity and what happened, right? You saw the inevitability point, right? In the dream, you even articulated this. You said, in the dream, we were closer. In the dream, we were closer than we've ever been in terrestrial. In the dream, we built that intimacy. And what happens when we build intimacy? Walls dissolve. So the modality by which you literally had the dream, where you became energetically closer to this person, and then the wall dissolved, and you saw the full shape of what was happening with the karmic. That's why you looked to the guides and said, I don't want to bring this back. I don't want to bring this back, because something about you perceiving that was the modality by which you said, I can't unsee that, right? It's understanding, and I keep on hearing, it's understanding the fact that something about you recognizing that, and then realizing that they did not tell you, right? They did not tell you that was occurring in the space by which it was happening, right? But only, which is reasonable. I got to point this out, because what we just said, it's reasonable. But in the modality by which you build the connection, right? The modality by which you build the connection, and then you see everything with clarity, right? And it's almost you saying, and what's interesting to me is when you said to the guides, I can't see that, what you were really saying is, I can't get too close to that person, right? Like that's you saying, like, it's not if, it's just when. Like that's the inevitable thing that will occur if you were to build a deeper relationship with them, right? You get that clarification point. Bottom of the deck on this reading, right? And I want to point this out, like the space, and I need to stress this, the space of the dream, like the dream space is not working into the space of what is absolutely happening, right? The dream space is where we work through karmic, and I want to point this out, and this is really important. The dream space is where our shadow work happens. And the truth is, the dream itself is a shadow work dream. And I want to stress this. This does not necessarily mean that this is what is happening, but this is a dream that is helping you confront your energetic fears, right? The fear, like what are you seeing in the dream space? It's worse than I feared, is often what happens in the dream space, the worst possible conclusion to what was happening. So I need to premise all of this to say that the reason that there is a wound here is not the fact that was what was occurring, right? It's the fact that you have a question about it. The question is the wound, the space by which you say, and this is often where a karmic wound occurs, I'll never know, right? The modality by which you feel the struggle in working through a karmic wound by which you'll never know. The dream space is becoming the space by which you're going through all of the healing by having, and what are the guides bringing you? They're bringing you resolution. And the context by which you're navigating that resolution is helping you fortify and recognize what connections in the present feel like they're energetically helpful versus things that may feel like they're aggravating the wound further. And what's interesting about it is this is actually a dream working through the shadow work involved in maintaining a connection with this person. because it's one of those things that happens. It's like, this is the back of the head information, right? The space by which you're trying to build, like you're trying to build a legitimate, healthy connection with another person. But what is, and it's interesting too, because what was the song I kept on hearing when I was doing this reading? She knows. She knows. And I know she knows. I know she knows. So the feeling that you're trying to build an energetic connection with someone and you're trying to make it be like healthy, but in the back of your head, what is the song that's playing? She knows. She knows. And I know she knows. I know she knows more about it than I ever know. It's the modality or the experience by which that is like, that is the, I keep remembering, this is the dream that is running the shadow work, that's running through the shadow work in your head as you're trying to have that connection with them, because it's working through the space by which you recognize and understand the fact that they have a better, they have more clarity on the situation than you ever had the ability to have. Thank you so much for and so the guy, and even in the space by which you said to the guides, this is too much. This is the guides potentially showing you what the dangers are in becoming too close to that person, because like even in the space by which like it's helping you heal by saying like, this is like, what happens if this was what the revelation was? Like, what if this was like, does this make you feel better? Right? And you're like, no, it does not make me feel better. I don't want to see that. Right? Like that is helping you understand and recognize that in a way, and I want to point this out, your intentions are pure, right? Your intentions are pure in building a connection with this person, because that wasn't, right? Like that wasn't the space by which you were trying to do so, but it was the inevitable conclusion of what might result. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You'll be the next person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, being semi-lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. One moment, please. Yeah, I think that's why I haven't remembered much of my dreams lately. It like often like, and I think it's amazing. I think it's absolutely amazing that you remember in the dream space telling your guides, I don't want to bring this back. Because that also indicates the fact that you were somewhat lucid in the dream space. So I know when we got into partnership, he was single. But then we ended things, he was definitely seeing others. So that's what I meant, right? The space by which you had that moment in terms of saying what was happening. Yes, I see. Since I started dating her brother, she stopped asking me to watch her son. Yeah, and you see, this is you putting the energetic pieces together there. I reached out to her to let her know I was still here to help if she needs. Yes. And her, oh, that's really difficult. That's a very, very difficult situation. Yeah, and this is what, and that's why the thing before that, right? You don't like them, you have to love them. Like working through those experiences, like especially with that energy, like potentially navigating the fact that they don't necessarily agree with the way that they themselves kind of live their life. Like that's the pain point there. Thank you as well, Omar. I did overhear them on the phone once after a breakup. You better not hurt her. And so that's even more like the space by which you recognize someone like holding your best interests like they would their own. Yeah, and now they have a yeah, and now they have a child. Probably the one he was energetically attached to. Oh, sending you so much support, dear. Absolutely. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Nico, thank you for the follow. Wow. Oh, dear. Yeah, I know, like, this is why, like, you know, the thing is, like, the reason we channel songs is the messages in the song sometimes help to convey, like, how we're feeling about it. Yeah, and you would not have known, right? She knows, and I know she knows. Yeah, thank you. I knew. Hold on a moment. Yeah, thank you. I knew I was going into the relationship. Happened. Oh, sending you so much support, dear. So retro, the readings are not gifted. If you wanted to get on the list with a gift, the baby dragon is the equivalent of a reading gift. So if you want to give a baby dragon, I'm happy to do a reading for you. I also do 1-card readings for super fans if you'd like to become a super fan. You're welcome, dear. Yep, absolutely. And thank you as well. All right, my friends, hold on. I do see that there was another person who wanted their 1 card. Bear with me a moment. No, I mean, it's an interesting, like, I mean, honestly, when I start hearing the music coming through, I often laugh as well. Because, like, it does sometimes feel very incongruous, but all right. Final call today. If there's, again, if there's anybody else who would like to get on the list, now is a great time to get on the list. You will be the next person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. And final call right now for any of my super fans who have not had a card pulled today. Go ahead and put your question in the comments. I'll be happy to pull a card for you. And if you would like to become a super fan, just hit that button at the bottom of the screen and your super fan status will make you eligible for a 1 card. I got you, Hannah. 1 card, please. Highest priority. Emperor energy. Energy that's in alignment to you will hold your standards as they do their own. Yeah. They're not going to negotiate on your standards. Your standards are a negotiation-free zone, is what I keep on hearing. Animal spirit guide. Man, this cow energy right now, it's wild. Doesn't want to stay in the deck, right? The minute, I keep on hearing, like, the minute energy starts to complain about your standards is the moment that you walk away, right? Like your standards are not a battleground. They are sacrosanct, is what I keep on hearing. Absolutely. I'm really kidding now. I mean, retro, the thing is, you're the one asking me for a reading, so it's an energetic exchange. If you don't want to, nobody's forcing you to do anything. You asked me for something, and then I told you what the exchange is, and then you say my abundance is universal. I don't pay for abundance. Have a nice day. Have a better day. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. How are you doing today, Kalisti? Welcome. Okay, great. Go have fun with your Lemormon deck. Okay, that's fine. I don't understand. I don't understand what's happening right now. Does anybody understand what's happening right now? Nikki, 1 card highest priority, please. 1 card highest priority. Good to see you today, dear. Thank you. We've got the Page of Wands. So this is saying to me that there's something I see that you're doing. I mean, this is saying to me, like, I keep on hearing baby steps energy or positive steps, right? I keep on hearing baby steps are still steps, right? Like a little bit every day goes a long way. So just continue to be in the space by which you'll track progress. Bottom of the deck, King of Pentacles in its reversal. So this is saying again, like, and I want to stress this, I think that there's something in relationality to an energy around you that is trying to work and to soften their heart. And when somebody's in the space, I keep on hearing, like, usually like when somebody's working to soften their heart, it's like the hardest work, right? And so it's understanding, like, I keep on, we can have empathy, but still hold our standards, right? Like the modality by which you can understand another person's uncomfortability, but then saying, like, when we care about each other, we're able to navigate situations with a sense of, like, working through the energetic discomfort of something, you know? I just keep on hearing the same message. Baby steps are still steps. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the hair energy, right? Like working into the modality by which, like, I keep on hearing not like keep on hearing a little bit every day goes a long way, which is saying sometimes the space by which you go, like, it wasn't awful, a little bit easier. That is the work that we do to make the impossible possible, right? Don't don't get frustrated. Stay focused on what that purpose is. Okay, excellent. Okay. Oh my God, guys, I failed the test. Guys, we failed the test. Oh my gosh, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? Everybody. Oh my goodness. Oh Lord. Oh me. Oh my. Oh no. And we were so close. We were so close. What was the test again? You have oh my goodness. Thank you for getting on the list, Bridget. I appreciate you. I'll let everybody know. Thank you. Thank you for updating us. All right, where were we? Bridget, could you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And for anyone else who'd like to get on the list right now, you will be the second person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. All right, and thank you so much. And before we continue, hi there. I don't know what that is, dear. Isn't that like a channel? Yeah, I'm not. I think. I mean, it feels like, if I have a correction, it's just a spirit. It's a spirituality based channel. I wish I could give you advice on it. I just don't have any experience with it. But if somebody else here does, I'm sure that they might be able to let you know. Excellent. All right. And before we continue right now, we're going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the bull. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. And Bridget, could you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anybody else would like to get on the list today, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You will be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Absolutely. And before we continue right now, I'm going to pin up Bridget. Guys, make sure to give Bridget some love. And just bear with me a moment. There we go. Okay. And perfect. Can I please get 4 cards, please? 4 cards, please. Highest priority messages. Thank you. And 2 more. Oh. It's actually interesting because it has a lot to do with that energy that just came in. I keep on hearing, you'll never see me again. Is no way to build a relationship. You'll never, you don't, I just keep on hearing the same message on this. We don't hold ourselves hostage in a healthy relationship. The modality and the experience, and this is what we talk, like, and it has to do with healthy behavior, right? So when we are in a healthy space, we never have to threaten energetically leaving in order to effectively facilitate especially when another person articulates that there's something energetically wrong. And I just keep on hearing, and it's really interesting that that energy came in between your readings, because it's a space by which somebody said that the words that are ringing true in what they were articulating was them saying, "You'll never see me again." Right? That is the sound of a relationship falling down the hill. The modality by which another person has to articulate the space by which they say, if you don't, if this is going to continue to be an issue, I'll just go away. Right? I'll find some, which is basically someone saying, I will find someone willing to tolerate, is what I keep on hearing. That's what somebody says when they say, you'll never see me again, or when they often sing that song, right? You'll never see me again means I will find someone to tolerate, not someone who energetically raises the bar, but somebody looking for someone that is able to be in a space by which they're so worried, right? They're so worried that someone's going away, that they'll energetically tolerate anything. And I just keep on hearing the same message from your guides. Relationships should not be a tolerance test. Relationships are not a tolerance test. It's not the space by which we say, how have you ever met a healthy relationship being like, this is my partner? You would be amazed at how much they put up with. This is my partner. You would be amazed at the volume of terrible stuff that they put up with. The modality by which we work into the space of healthiness is the shape by which we see something and we work through it, right? And I keep on hearing, like, it's saying to me, like, it's the space by which I see you saying, like, this isn't working, heads down, right? Like, I've got you who says there's something wrong, and you say heads down in the classroom. Like, we need to sit here and we need to work through it. And nobody's leaving. I see you being like, I've got you saying, like, we've got a problem, heads down to it. We're going to work through it, and nobody's leaving until it's done. Like, that is the energy that you bring to a healthy relationship, right? If somebody's got the energetic issue, everybody gets to work on it, right? It's a class. I keep wondering, it's a class assignment. It is a class assignment. You need to have that type of vibration to work through things, because if not, you build into a relationship of desperation. I'm sorry I said anything. No, I won't. I will never. I won't say anything ever again about that. No, you can go ahead and do that. I promise I won't say anything again. Right? The modality, especially if someone had a tendency of walking away when problems were brought up. And I want you to remember that. If that was something that was happening with that person, if that was the modality by which every time there was a problem, they would disappear. If that was a modality by which they were threatened to, right? Do we have I keep on hearing, do we have a problem here? Right? Do we have a problem here? Is someone potentially working through something? And I literally see somebody who locked themselves out of your life that way. Even in the space by which you articulated that you said that they started seeing others before before the relationship reached an end point, right? Somebody who wasn't trying to work on on fixing something, but tried to respond to the fact that you said that there was a problem by saying, look how easy it is for me to walk away from this. Look at the ease. Look how easy it is for me to walk away from it. I just keep on seeing that this is someone who got what they were looking for. They found a relationship, like whatever, and I keep on hearing they didn't fix any of that stuff. Any of those issues that you had are still persisting in that relationship. But the difference that I'm effectively seeing in relationality to that is the space by which another person, and I keep on hearing like there's some kind of energetic avoidant behavior here in relationality to someone. I keep on getting I just keep on hearing like the difference between heads down and moving away from something is the space by which another person articulates or identifies um, like what their own, like what it is that they want to build forth. And I think that this is really important because like I literally see a situation with like, I keep on hearing like you and them like having some kind of argumentation in relationality to a clock is what I keep on seeing. Like I see a modality by which you are trying to articulate to them and saying like, look, this is where I expect to be at this time. And I keep on seeing them being like, nobody energetically rushes me. Nobody energetically rushes me. But the thing is, we do rush for each other in relationship. I keep on hearing in relationship is the space by which we rush. And the reason that we energetically rush in relationship is the fact that when we want the same things, why wouldn't you rush it? If you want the same things, why wouldn't you rush it? So, and I want to stress there's a lot of complicated stuff I'm seeing. And the reason I'm saying all of this is because I keep on seeing there's a lot of complicated stuff happening in that relationship. And I want to say, and I just want to point this out, if the amount of time that somebody was energetically back together with someone feels very fast to the space by which there was like I just keep on hearing we don't do things, we don't make decisions to try to make someone stay, is all I keep on hearing. And that's what I meant in relationality to something I see very complicated, because I just keep on hearing we don't make decisions to make someone stay. I just keep on hearing the same message coming through over and over again. We don't make decisions to make someone stay. We don't make decisions to make someone stay. And I feel like there's something I'm picking up in relationality to where somebody is right now that I don't know why I'm picking up some kind of argumentation in terms of like another person. Like I keep on hearing somebody being like, and I remember when I said, like, I like, remember those words that I keep on hearing around someone? Like those words are not ringing in your head, they're ringing in their head. You'll never, and I keep on hearing, you'll never see me again, has become, you'll never see us again. You'll never see me again, has become, you'll never see us again, is what I keep on hearing. So there's something really, and I want to point this out because it feels like there's something really energetically heavy around something. And I just keep on hearing the same circumstance or situation, which is like, I don't know why, but it almost feels, and I feel like it's something almost directed towards you. Like, I feel like it's somebody's, like, I don't know why I'm getting some kind of don't you dare energy in relationality to communicating with you. And I feel like there's a lot like that's what I mean. Like, this is heavy. Like this is heavy, and it feels energetically clumsy, and it feels like somebody like there. And that's what I meant in terms of. Remember when I remember when you said in the dream you saw something and you said, I don't want to see that. Like that is what you saw. Is what I keep on seeing. Like like that's the tableau, and that's the thing that's so wild about it. The tableau that you saw in the space by which you said to the guides, I don't want to see it. It wasn't just the fact that it was ugly to you. Like I keep on hearing, it was like I keep on seeing you saw something, like you saw something on the other side of that partition that like I keep on seeing like when I say like even me reading for it, I step back and I go, oh no, like it's like that is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck. When I said, this is why we talk about no leapfrog energy. there's no leapfrog. We never want to be in leapfrog energy in relationship, which is to say the way that we don't recover from a relationship by throwing ourselves into another. We don't recover from a relationship by throwing ourselves into another. Because when we are recovering from a relationship by throwing ourselves into another, right? Like we damage, like I keep on hearing like that is I keep on hearing like that's the sound of stepping backwards instead of forward. And I keep on feeling like and I keep on hearing like I just keep on hearing we don't recover by throwing ourselves into the arms of another. We don't recover by throwing ourselves into the arms of another. And this is why. Because the modality by which I see somebody potentially who came back towards someone in the state of trying to energetically recover. And now I keep on hearing someone say this is not what this was not their energetic intention, is what I keep on hearing. This was not, like I keep on seeing, like I keep on hearing the word intention, that intended. And I keep on hearing intended things are planned. And that's not to say that I keep on hearing, it's not to say that there are things that we can do that feel like they create the context of joy. But I'm not picking up, like when I'm reading for this right now, I'm not picking any joy up in this. Like there's no, there's no joy. Like there's no joy in these cards. But there's an awful, awful lot of responsibility. There's no joy in these cards. But there's an awful lot of responsibility. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the next person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Nikki, thank you for getting on the list. You'll be the next person read for. That was heavy. That was all the stuff I was seeing behind the, like, and that's what I meant in terms of like you saying to somebody, I can't see this, you know, like it's really sad. It's really, really sad. And the thing is, it's not, I keep wondering, it's not sad for you. It's sad for them. Thank you. You guys post this stuff in the disco. Should I get on this channel? you guys, recommendations. Put the recommendations in the disco. Put the recommendations in the disco. Okay. Yeah. So his reaction to me knowing is, you'll never see me again. I feel like, again, I don't know if that was something that another person said to you, but it feels like something that someone was trying to broadcast. And this is why we don't do that, right? Like I keep on hearing the same, like I feel like they're going through the full weight of understanding the way we fix things. We can never fix something with someone by throwing ourselves into another's arms. And this is why, because I keep on hearing, you'll never see me again, is not a conversation by which someone says, like, you know, that's what happens. Like, that's the relationship that's a race to the bottom, right? You'll never see me again. I'll do anything. Okay, good. Right? Now we're not living to our best. We're tolerating each other, you know? I don't know if it's not necessarily the space by which they ran, but they're saying the space by which they were broadcasting that through their actions, right? Look how fast I can move on, right? Look how fast I can move on. Yeah, they did evade me when they started seeing someone new. Wow. I keep on hearing somebody say, not like this, you know? He rushed you, which was the wild part. But this is what I keep on seeing, like, and I keep on getting, like, remember when I said the modality of now and like of responsibility in relationality to tolerance, like that's everything that's coming up in these readings, right? Like I keep on hearing that, like now you stay, right, is not the condition by which we move towards something. Yeah, even you, yeah, I can see why. Like that is what I keep on seeing, right? The space by which it says, okay, now you'll tolerate anything. Thank you for the compliment. Squidia, good to see you today. Sending you so much support, Bridget. Yeah. No, here's the thing. It's not a rush if you want the same things. It's a celebration. Yeah, it's so true. We don't make decisions to make someone stay. But this is why, like, this is what I keep on seeing. When you make decisions like that to make someone stay, you build a life of misery, right? It's the opposite. It's the opposite. It's like you have the manifestation in the worst way possible. Yeah. Oh Lord. I keep on like and that's a hard part. If your ears are ringing, I feel like you do like that. Like my ears were ringing when I was doing that reading. So like I keep on hearing there's a lot of don't you dare energy where your name comes up. Yeah, I just remembered that. I also sang the song You'll Never See Me Again after you found out about it. You see? Thank you for confirmation on where that was coming from. No, that's what I mean. Like I keep on hearing it should be a joyful occasion. You're welcome, dear. I know, Carly. This energy is kind of heavy, right? Is pretty heavy right now. Good to see you today, dear. And Kawaii Shop, thank you for sharing the live. I've always appreciated. And thank you, Lee, for the roses. Okay, we're going to continue right now. Next person that we're reading for today is Nikki. Nikki, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the second person read for. It's a great time to get on the list. The list is nice and short. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Hi there, Lee. If you'd like to be added to the list, these are donation-based readings, so you just need to send the donation to be added to the list, or you can become a super fan, which makes you eligible for a 1 card. Nikki, could you let me know if we're doing, what if your ears ring all the time? Yeah, I have that too. But I actually like to point out, like, I actually consider the fact that my ears ring all the time a bit of a blessing, because it helps me attenuate to what I hear in terms of the ringing, right? You can tell, like, you can usually tell the difference between the normal buzz and like an actual tonal change. So, like, it's like welcome to the club kind of thing, you know? Yeah, it's not, to me, it's like, yeah, to me, it's not the fact that my ears aren't always ringing, but I can tell the chord changes easier is the best way I can describe it. Yeah, thank you for confirmation. I know I mean, like, the thing is, it's not even the Cancer full moon right now. It's a Cancer full moon while Jupiter's in retrograde in Cancer. That's what's getting to everybody. And the fact that Uranus is in Taurus, and the fact that Venus is stuck between Mercury and Mars right now. It's rut energy. It's feeling really emotional in the midst in what feels like a rut. Yeah, we're holding Mel. We're pausing on 1 cards because we're doing a full reading. Yeah, it's okay, Lee. So as I mentioned, you just go ahead and send the donation via my tree that has Binks in it in my bio. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more for non-subscribers. Yeah, enough. The planets need to stop planeting. Yeah, absolutely. We're doing a general. Excellent. And before we continue right now, it is like, it really is. It's like heavy metal music kind of energy right now. It really is like, wow. All right. Before we continue, We're going to be doing an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guides cards here. I swear, if there's another, if I pull a cow right now, I love I want to point out, I love the cow in this particular deck because it reminds me of an emo cow because it's like eyes are covered. So it's it's got like a vibe, you know? It cracks me up every time we pull it. All right, I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It can't be a baby cow. It's got horns. We got the hair. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do it again after the next reading. All right, and I'm going to pin up, I'm pinning up Nikki here. Oh, you're welcome, CM. Hold on a minute. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? I got you. Guys, I pinned up Nikki here. Make sure to give Nikki some love. 4 cards, please. 4 cards. Huh. Wow. I keep on, you know, it's interesting too because it's interesting because it sounds like a message from spirit. But I'm trying to unpack who they're talking to. Because I keep on hearing the same message coming through, which is someone saying, our little girl is growing up, they're standing up, is all I keep on hearing. Our little girl is growing up, they're standing up. Our little girl is growing up, they're standing up. And it's interesting because I feel like it's a conversation that someone is having in spirit about it. It's fun. It's interesting because it feels to me, okay, so I feel like somebody's praying for you is what I keep on getting. I feel like somebody's energetically praying for you, but they're praying, I keep hearing they're praying in the wrong direction is what I keep on hearing. Because, and that's what I keep on hearing somebody say in spirit, they're praying in the wrong direction. Because I almost see a situation of someone saying, like, why are they doing this? Why are they making something so difficult? And I just keep on hearing the answer that they're getting in spirit is somebody saying, our little girl is growing up, they're standing up. Like that's what somebody's trying to respond to somebody in terms of what they're asking and saying, this is what we do. Like, this is what we do when we mature. And that's why they're saying they're praying in the wrong direction. Because when you see somebody, like when you see somebody that is creating something for themselves or standing up, right, you celebrate that moment is what I keep on hearing. And that's why I keep on hearing them saying they're praying in the wrong direction, because the modality by which they're saying, like, why can't they, like, why are they making something so difficult? They're saying that's what we do, right? Like, that's what we do. I see them being like, that's what we do, right? We don't try to articulate to each other what is best for one another. We support each other in relationality to what we know. Like, we trust each other's judgment. We trust each other in the space of and I keep on hearing someone say, like, they're talking a lot about your head, right? And they're saying you've got a good head on your shoulders. Like, this is the conversation I keep on hearing in spirit. In relationality, someone saying like like, you know, and this is why I keep on hearing somebody say they're praying in the wrong direction, because the modality by which they're literally trying to say to them, like, do you think that that person has a good head on their shoulders? And the person's going like, yeah. And they're like, okay. So if they've got a good head on their shoulders and they're making choices, why are you getting upset? Like I see the energy going, why are you getting upset? Like I see the energy like trying to walk someone through this like they were an energetic child. Like I literally see somebody trying to walk someone through it like they're an energetic, like they're a little tiny child, being like, okay, well, if you articulated the fact that you know that they've got a good head on their shoulders and they're making decisions, is the issue like, what are you like I see them being like, what are you energetically worried about? Right? Like the modality of someone saying that those decisions, like that is that like they're like if they're doing something, I keep hearing them say if they're doing something that confounds you, maybe they're doing something profound. Right? If they're doing something that confounds you, maybe they're doing something profound, which is the modality by which another person says the identification point of understanding that, and I keep on hearing, our path work will often energetically confound those that aren't on it, right? And I keep wondering, as long as we're applying logic, right? Like as long as we're applying, as long as we're applying logic to situations and we know our heart space, then the space by which we confound each other, I keep wondering, we confound each other in the best way possible, because it's the profound understanding that we're able to bring to situations, allow for us to be able to like that. I keep wondering, that is the sound of becoming enlightened, right? It's confounding, it's confounding, it's confounding until it's profound. It's confounding, it's confounding, it's confounding until it's profound, right? It's the observation of sometimes feeling that modality by which another person feels frustrating until you see, until you see the space by which they arrive, and then you say, oh, right? You go, oh, I understand now. Like I recognize that. And I keep on seeing, and I feel like it's interesting because I literally, and that's what I keep on hearing somebody in spirit saying to someone, you're praying in the wrong direction. Because the modality by which they're forgetting, I keep wondering, they're forgetting their own journey, right? I keep wondering somebody trying to say to somebody in the terrestrial, we went through that too. Remember when I keep wondering, remember when I keep wondering them, like, I feel like it's funny. Like, I want to point out what's happening here. And I would not be surprised if you ask someone the dreams they're having, because I almost see somebody that's looking for clarity, right? I see a situation where someone's asking spirit for clarity and spirit keeps on giving them dreams of the past. Literally the situation by which somebody's looking for clarity and protection for you, and spirit is delivering them dreams and being like, why am I remembering what was happening when I was getting into a relationship with someone? And that observation, like I see spirit being like, I'm giving you that dream. I'm giving you that dream specifically and particularly to remember what we went through and what would have been most supportive to us. I keep on hearing, what would have been most supportive to us when we were energetically going through it, right? Be the good, be the force of positive change. Remember, I keep on hearing, they're going, help me. They're literally going to someone in spirit, help me. And spirit's going, I am, remember? Like they're going, remember, they're going, help me. And they're going, remember. And they're going, help me. And they're going, remember. And they're going, help me. And they're going, remember. So this is why I keep on hearing them say, you're praying in the wrong direction, because they keep on saying like, help, like they're trying to say like, oh, I don't know what's going to happen in the future. And being like, you don't need to know. You need to remember what we went through, is what I keep on hearing. They're saying I keep on hearing, you don't need protection. You need that energy to remember. Like I keep on hearing, they're trying to remind them of all of those energetic feelings that they themselves went to in relationality to somebody who would like something that was happening at the time that they were trying to come into a relationship with someone, and another person saying, you're going in the wrong direction. I keep on hearing, not him. I don't know. I keep on hearing somebody go, not him. Like I hear somebody going, not him. Like literally, like the echo chamber of someone who always says, not him. Like that is literally what they, that's what the nay says, is what I keep on hearing. And it's interesting too, because I'm literally seeing a hawk as we're having this reading. Like as I'm having this reading, and this is fine. I don't know if this is like I would pay attention if you see hawk energy, because it feels like it's connected to you as well. Like the modality by which you, and the thing with like Like, and that's why I keep on getting the hawk says, like the hawk says, how could you? Right? It's like the hawk says, how could you? Because the reason the hawk says, how could you, is the energy. It says, remember, like, remember what we went through. Remember what we went through is all I keep on hearing. And I feel like that, and I keep on hearing like that is the energy, like, and I'll take that as confirmation and energy saying like they're trying to help someone remember in relationality to helping, like helping you right now on your energetic journey. Bottom of the deck, strength card, right? I feel like I literally feel like somebody's having, I literally feel like somebody's having an argument with someone in spirit. And it's never a good idea. It's never a good idea to have an argument with someone in spirit. Because the problem with having an argument in spirit is they've got all day. It's like, you know what I mean? Like, that's the thing about it. Like, spirit's got all day. Spirit's not on the clock. You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing about it. Like, and it's like, and that's a funny thing with like the funny thing is like when spirit wants to make a point, like spirit's like I like it's funny too because I'm hearing they know when they're sleeping, they know when they're awake. You know, they keep on hearing they know when they're sleeping, they know when they're awake, they know when they're bad and good. So be good for. I keep on hearing so be good for good. They're going so be good for goodness sake. Like they're basically saying like they're asking someone to effectively stand up for you. And the space by which they're saying that, like even like that's why they put like they're saying that's why they put it in the stocking, right? Like they're like I see. It's like I see. I know when you're sleeping. I know it, but they're saying it. They're saying it in a way that doesn't say it joyfully. They're saying it like they're saying it in a way that feels like energetically threatening. They're like, I know when you're sleeping. I know when you're awake. I know when you're bad and good. So you better do the right thing. Like, they better do the right thing because I'm watching you, is what I keep on hearing. So I feel like there's something important there because I just keep on hearing like, and it's funny too because it's more than one energy in spirit that's like that's working through that in that way. And that's what I said. It's like and that's the thing about it. Spirit's got all day. That's why they were saying because they're like it's funny because they said spirit's got all day. Like spirit's like spirit doesn't have to clock in somewhere. Like when spirit wants to get their point across, like, you know, it's like oh, okay, now we're sleeping. Oh, good, you got dreams. You know, it's like that is what I keep on seeing. Absolutely. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You'll be the next person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, things in my life. I know you asked for general. It felt very much like a channeled message, but you know. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Yeah. People be too focused on, yeah, it is. That's what I keep on seeing. Like someone being like, you're too focused on their journey. It's their journey. You don't have to understand it. You have to support it, is what I kept on hearing. Oh, I would not be, that's what I meant. Like ask someone what they've been dreaming about. Like that, like when I saw that, I'm like, yeah. Like that's why I was hearing that. I know when you're sleeping. I know when you're awake. Like, they're like they're like, you know, I see somebody being like, you know, we used to have to stop arguments, but now we can just continue them. It's what I keep on hearing somebody like we're like it's like they're like, oh, I'm not done talking yet. Like it literally feels like that type of energy. Yeah, exactly. You saw a hawk yesterday. Oh, that's wild, Bridget. Oh, it's also, so that's a connection too to the family. Thank you. Okay, good to know. Yeah, because it's very interesting that I'm seeing that right now. Yeah. Oh, you were in her dream, and that's why we got together. Oh, to watch the thank you for confirmation. So there was connection to the Hawks and the visit. Oh, I argued with mine last night and this AM. Thank you. I know him. I know I know him. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, I mean, like, it's funny because 'cause they're saying it they're not saying it creepy style, they're saying it like they're, like, yelling it at someone. Like, they're literally like, "I'm not gonna leave you alone on this." Yeah, exactly. Like, "Let's get about you're so welcome, dear." Yeah, spirits are like, "So we're just gonna sit here then." Exactly. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. Well, we could do a dream reading on that too. Oh, you were annoyed with that. Well, again, that's what you do in a dream reading. Thank you so much, Ashraf, for those beautiful gifts. All right, my friends, the list is open right now. If you'd like to get on the list, it's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also at 22.6K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 50K in no time. Oh no, what happened? They blocked you for asking an innocent question. Oh, sorry to hear that, Trinity. All right, absolutely. All right. So as I mentioned, friends, also if there's anyone who is a super fan who has not had a card pulled yet today, who would like a card pulled, just go ahead and put your question in the comments. I'll be happy to pull a card for you. Nikki, thank you for getting on the list again. You'll be the next person read for. And if anybody else wants to get on the list for today, we've got 4 spots available before the list will be closed. I got you, Ava. Good to see you today. All right, 1 card on how to navigate, oh, the last 3 weeks. So I feel like there's something important to recognize. I keep wondering the way you can recognize the space by which you're working through other shadow work is, and I just keep on getting this, like the amplification of shadow work is often articulated by the recognition that we're not doing anything energetically wrong, right? But energy like energy that often works through the context or the experience of how another person is working through things. Um, I feel like there's something important that's happening in relationality to that shadow work. And I keep on hearing, and it's interesting, and here's the thing, it's coming from a guide. Um, and I keep on seeing, like, the message is coming through is understanding that I keep on hearing focus on your purpose. I keep on hearing focus on your purpose in relationality to being in that energetic retreat space. Because you know, particularly with the Two of Pentacles in its reversal, you know, I think it's interesting because I feel like there's a disparity that may potentially be happening between the energy that's there versus what you effectively set out to do when you got there. And I keep on hearing it's the difference between hermit energy and the friends we make along the way, right? And it's saying to me, the thing about a cloister is I keep on hearing a cloister. It's interesting. Sorry, I know this is a one card, but a lot of messages are coming through. A cloister should be like an oyster, is what I keep on hearing. A cloister is an oyster, which means you're not supposed to be in a space to make friends, is what I keep on seeing. A cloister is an oyster because you go there to understand something about the self. But I keep on seeing the modality by which you may be feeling like there are those there that are not treating the cloister like an oyster might be creating the space by which there's some shadow work coming up, is what I keep on hearing. Animal spirit guide. And that's also why you may be noticing something about the guide, something about the those who you're trying to work with having a little bit, like having a little bit of roughness or brusqueness in relationality to what they're effectively, what you're experiencing from them. Because I keep on hearing that you being in the like I keep on hearing the energy around you. I just keep on hearing a cloister is an oyster, which is somebody saying the space by which we cloister is the space by which we don't cluster. Cloister is an oyster, which means we don't cluster, which is which means we don't get into some kind of group. We don't get into some kind of like I keep on hearing something that's coming through, and it's coming through really strongly. Like I keep on hearing like hens cluster, like hens come together and they talk and they cluster. A cloister is an oyster, which means you're supposed to be in the space of being like silent or reverent. And I don't know why, but it feels like one of the things that you're picking up is if there's something there, but it feels more like this. Like that is where some of that uncomfortable energy is potentially coming through or coming from. Sorry, I know that that was a lot for a one card, but it was feeling really strongly. Like the desire for that to come through was like coming through really heavily. And I just kept on hearing the same message. A cloister is an oyster. We don't go there to, I keep on hearing a cloister is an oyster. We don't go there to cluck. We go there to focus, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you. All right, where were we? You're so welcome, Nikki. Yeah, exactly. Hmm. They used to argue all the time. Hold on. They used to argue all the time. And now I want to know why. I feel like okay, I think you're understanding why in the space by which like that's what I mean in relationality to something that you're experiencing. Oh, yeah. Yeah, for my reading I had a dream. Oh, okay. Okay, great. Wait. Nia, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Okay, so wait, we're doing a dream interpretation. Bear with me. I'm just going to read over the dream that's coming through. All right. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it's a beautiful time to get on the list. You'll be the second person read for. Okay. For my reading, I had a dream with Bridgie in it, and we were in person together. Okay, so this is the context of the dream. Got it. They appeared younger, and they had a ponytail. And for some reason, they were annoying you. Okay, great. I can't remember why. You woke up and told your partner, and I was like, Bridget was in my dream. Okay, great. Absolutely. Yeah, were we? Yeah, I was trying to, oh, in person together, and we were having some sort of discussion. Okay, I got it. Thank you, dear. Um, I feel like there's something that's coming through in relationality. That's what I meant in terms of focusing on, like, return back to the purpose that you are seeking in relationality to arriving somewhere, is what I keep on hearing. Because Like, that's what I'm like, I don't know, like, what I don't like, that's what's interesting that I'm picking up there. And I keep on saying, like, and you see how, like, even as I'm trying to read for it, like, the fact that I feel like I have to clear, um, I don't know why there feels like there's some kind of energy in relationality to someone, like energy working through the experience of someone of it's not coming from you, but the experience of not taking something energetically reverently is what I keep on hearing. So I keep on hearing, like, don't take it personally. Take it profoundly. Particularly if you notice particularly if you notice, I keep on hearing, particularly if you notice moments by which you are paying attention. I keep on hearing, like, it's giving me the type of energy, like, if you're taking something very seriously and others are more in the space by which they're focusing on communicating, like, I keep on hearing, recognize the cause of the source of the energetic projection, right? Is what I keep on seeing. Like, the modality by which, like, I keep on hearing, like, the modality by which you're energetically focusing on something, right? That often articulates, like, the difference in relationality to what another person arrived there to do versus what you yourself are intending to do, is what I keep on hearing. Return back to your purpose and let that inform you. And I keep on hearing, not just your purpose, but asking if others share your purpose in relationality to being there, is what I keep on hearing. Interesting, Nikki. Okay, so, and just so I can understand the full context of the dream that we're reading for, it sounds like we are working through a dream by which you encountered a younger version of Bridget, and you are having a conversation on something, and something that they were saying was profoundly annoying you. Do I have the full understanding of the dream? And then you also said that you had a liminal space dream with someone with brown hair. Okay, got it. 4 cards, please. Okay, so we're gonna get into it. We're gonna talk about both dreams. So the thing about it is, I keep on seeing, and it's interesting too, because I have a feeling you're probably gonna tell me you can't remember what you were talking about, but just the fact that it was energetically bothering you. And I keep on getting, it has to do, and I wanna kind of, like, I wanna, like, the thing about it is that um, you and them energetically are very similar in relationality to, you both have the same energetic quality and tendency. And so they're saying to me that the dream was coming through in relationality to helping each other through shadow work, is what I keep on seeing. And some of the shadow work that I see is happening in relationality to that work, um, has to do with the observation of going through something, right? Articulating to another what one goes through. And I keep on hearing navigating the why I oughta energy, right? I just want to talk to them, right? I just want to talk to them. They were bringing that something in the conversation was bringing out the Leo in you, which is why you saw them, right? Which is why you saw them in the characteristic of being younger, because it's going through the shadow work that is simultaneously the inner child healing, right? So the modality, right? And I keep on saying, like, this is where you and them are, like, you both are kind of reaching that same arrival point. The modality by which another person says something, right? They say something that is happening to them. And you say, oh, hold on a minute. I got to go get something. What do you have to go get? I have to go get my baseball bat. Like the modality by which you are in the space by which another person is hurting, like is hurting another person. And I keep on seeing that the space by which you say, I just need a minute, and them saying, no, 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 please don't, is what I keep on seeing. Like the space by which another person says, don't. And that's what I keep on seeing was happening in that dream space, because the modality by which you were going through a space, and this is what we're going to see that was happening with the liminal dream in a minute. The first dream was going through the shadow work of someone telling you something absolutely mortifying that another person was putting them through, right? At the expense of the self. And you literally saying to them, I just want to go talk to them. Like I literally see a situation be like, I need to go talk. I know I'm good. I just want to talk. And then someone being like, you're not just going to talk. Like I see you being like, you're not just going to talk. I know what you're going to do, right? You're going to give them a piece of your mind. So I feel like that was the first part of the dream, was you going through, the guides were going through all the shadow work and saying, look what you do. Look how annoyed you get in the modality by which you say, this is like, I know how to solve that situation. I need to go protect you from it. And another person stopping you, right? Another energy stopping you and saying, what were they saying? I got it. It's all right. It's all right. I got it. Right? So we got that first part of the dream that's occurring. The second part of the dream was actually the inner child healing. And that second part of the dream, the liminal space that you saw with the brown-haired child, that was you. Right? And what was the liminal child saying to you in the dream space? What was the liminal child saying to you in the dream space? When you protect yourself, you protect me too. When you protect the self, you protect me too. The modality or the situation, right? And this is what you're working to energetically correct for, right? The modality or the experience by which another person works through. I'm going to pause for a minute. Papa, I need to point out I'm assuming that you're going to articulate about whatever it is that you feel in relationality to this. You don't need to be here. We're in the middle of doing a reading. If you would like to listen, you're welcome to stay, but it's really inappropriate for you to be interrupting in that way. And I need to point out that anything I'm doing is a gift from the higher power. So I honor my gift by giving it back to others. Are you doing the same? Is your judgment and condemnation, is that what you bring to the world? Is that the gift? That is the gift that you bring to the world? Hatred, judgment, and condemnation? If so, I think you should probably find another room, and I hope you heal from whatever fear has you in the space of bringing so much hurt to the world in that statement and that sense of judgment, having never been here before. You have no idea what I believe. You have no idea what the energy here believes. So again, this is a sanctuary. I would respectfully say you can stay. I've got one rule, same as Joshua. If you're nice, you can stay. But you can take that judgment and you can go somewhere else, because that's not what we do in sanctuary. Thank you. I apologize for that. So anyway, as was saying, but I also feel like it's very timely in relationality to what we're reading for, right? The observation of understanding and recognizing. And this is what the inner child was trying to say to you in the process of that experience, right? The space by which all of that defensiveness that you're recognizing comes out when it's somebody that you care about, right? When it's somebody that you care about. So what is the liminal inner child saying when you're finding them in the liminal space? Do you care about me too? Do you care about me too? Because I exist within you. So the modality by which you say, you see something, right? The modality by which you see something happening to another and you say it's not okay. But the modality by which if the same thing was happening to you, you would just kind of let it slide, right? What is your unhealed inner child saying? We deserve boundaries too. We deserve those boundaries too. It's okay to stand up for yourself. It's okay to articulate upon your needs. It doesn't require you to effectively take something that you wouldn't eagerly allow another person to take. Because when you do, and this is why your guides are very smart, the space by which they showed you one of your closest friends in the proximity of looking, what did they look like? Very similar to a past version of self, right? That was your inner child embodying your closest friend at a younger age. Potentially, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if she was saying something to you that you're currently experiencing. I wouldn't be surprised if she said something to you in that moment that you're currently actively experiencing, and you saying, you being like, I know what I need to do about that, and them being like, no, you can't. It's okay. No, it's okay. It's fine. It's all right. That's why they were bothering you, because it was them taking the position of saying, I know, no, it's all right. It's don't interfere. It's fine. And then you saying, no, it is important because I care about you. You don't deserve that. And the minute you said you don't deserve that, right? And I wouldn't be surprised, the reason that they had a ponytail is potentially talking about someone potentially teasing them or hair pulling, right? Someone intentionally gaining benefit, like someone deriving pleasure from energetically hurting them, you know? And that's the moment that you move back. That's when your higher self revealed themselves in the form of the inner child and said, catch that again? We didn't deserve what? I see you going like the liminal inner child going, what did we not deserve? I believe you're annoyed at someone right now. I believe you're annoyed at someone. I believe you're annoyed at someone. I believe you're annoyed at someone. Why are you annoyed at that person? Well, because you shouldn't let them treat you like that. You shouldn't let them treat you like that. That is the energy of the space by which it was trying to show you that it's okay to stand up for yourself, because the inner child saying, when you stand up for yourself, you protect me too. You become the person that would have protected the unhealed inner child, and you're continuing to do that work. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, it's giving me a lot of this like healing from seen and not heard kind of energy, right? This is why seen and not heard is so energetically damaging, because the modality by which someone says you have to be nice, no, it doesn't matter what someone does. No, it doesn't matter. No, it doesn't, you have to be nice. There's nothing nice in niceness. The modality by which we say that's not okay is often the space by which we navigate, the space by which we say our job is not to prioritize comfort. Our job is to recognize and identify what healthy boundaries are. And so I feel like there's a lot of that healing that you're going through in relationality to someone saying, oh, but you really made it unpleasant. Who made it unpleasant? Right? The modality, what is unpleasant? Is unpleasant the space by which someone is doing something that's not okay? Or is unpleasant the space by which we say that's not okay and we speak up? Sometimes being unpleasant is the point. because the space by which we're unpleasant is the space by which we say, that's not going to stand here. And that's the gift. And I keep on hearing, even in the modality by which we articulate and see that for another, when we do that for ourselves, then we start creating. Like, I feel like I see you doing that work. I know it's so hard. I know it's so hard. Like, that's the work that we see you doing. It's not selfish. You're not being selfish. And it often happens with those with Leo placements. It is not selfish to have boundaries if it is reciprocal, if they are the same boundaries that you would eagerly defend. You would eagerly defend another person in having. It's not selfish to have them. I know how hard it is, especially with Leo placements. Especially with Leo placements, it's not selfish to have reasonable boundaries, especially if they're the same things that you would give another person. Absolutely reasonable. This is how Leo energy heals from being taken advantage of. Thank you so much. Having others take advantage of their kindness and generosity. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You'll be the next person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Man, I love, walk me through. I love this word. Walk me through what you believe a Jezebel to be. That is the most offensive. That is one of the most offensive things that you could describe to somebody. Because to my understanding, everything that another person articulates a Jezebel to be is someone who is confident of themselves and knows their energetic boundaries. Like, every time. And the fact that you have the audacity of coming in here with the name Papa and having the audacity of saying words like that, who raised you? Who raised you? Sending you so much support on your journey. Sending you so much support on your journey. Honestly, go back to that book. Look at all the love in it. Find the love in that book. It's not a book of hate. It's a book of love. Thank you so much. You're so welcome, Luna. Thank you as well, Joanne. My younger self would have stayed quiet. Tap to claim. And Rochelle, thank you for the follow. Yes, who made it unpleasant to begin with. I know it's the hardest thing to do. And Libra rising energy, I know. Absolutely. Yep, I also want to balance it. But here's the thing, and that's why I feel like that dream was coming towards you, right? Which is saying that, like, the modality, when we balance, right? When we balance, we energetically condone, right? And the modality by which you state it's not okay, right? It's not selfish to say that's not okay if it's the same thing that you would eagerly give another person. It's hard, like, especially if you carry a lot of Libra placements and you've got Leo in your chart. Hi there, how you doing, NZ? And thank you as well for those roses, Joanne. Thank you, Santo, for the follow. Good afternoon, Heather. Good to see you today. Nikki. Nikki. Oh, Nikki. All right, let's continue right now. Thank you for the heart me's. Guys, please remember to recharge your heart me's if you'd like an animal spirit guide card on top of your 1 cards. The list is open right now if anybody would like to get on the list for the reading, or if there's anybody on the hold list who would like to have a reading right now. Also, if you are a super fan who has not had a card pulled today, you can go ahead and put your question in the comments. I'll be happy to pull a card for you. We're also at 28.2K likes. When we get to 100K, I mean 50K, 100K, I'm just going to jump right over. I'm going to be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. You're so welcome, Nikki. I got you. 1 card for Ruby on that energy, please. 1 card for Ruby on that energy. I feel like there's something important, like every time I read for somebody, there's like a little bit of this like state your intention energy that I'm seeing around something here, you know? Like it's giving me it's giving me a lot of that like it's giving me a lot of that energy in terms of like someone trying to understand what your deal is, but I feel like you're trying to understand what their deal is too. Like I feel like it's like this is you and another person circling around each other is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like King of Pentacles. Like I keep on hearing somebody who like wants to know more but doesn't want to make something weird. You know what I mean? Like I literally see somebody saying like I don't want to make it weird, right? And I feel like and sometimes, like that's what I meant in terms of like not crossing the streams. Like I see somebody who does not want to make an uncomfortable situation in the space by which they articulate their energetic interest. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, like the boar energy. Like it's hard because like I feel like there's a lot of like it feels to me like there's a lot like that. I feel like it's funny too because I see somebody who's like I keep wondering it's like I want to say like I don't want to stress this energy that worries about making things weird couldn't make weird if they wanted to is what I keep on getting. Like that's the funny thing about it. Like that's the irony of a situation. Like the modality by which another person struggles, like that is like literally, like that is often the energy that another person brings because it articulates the fact that they're prioritizing how you feel about something is what I keep on seeing. Like that's the hard part. It's like it feels to me like I keep on hearing it's like it's nice energy, but it's nice in the space by which you know what I mean? Like I see them like almost like I keep on getting like that's the hard part with being nice. It's like sometimes here's the thing, sometimes you have to make it weird. Sometimes you have like I see you being like, make it weird. I see you being like, make it weird, make it weird. Ruby. Thank you so much for having that one card. And again, we are doing a one card readings right now. I got you. Hold on a minute. How are you doing? So Iladia. Oh, that's a beautiful name. I hope I said it correctly. If I did not say your name correctly, please feel free to correct me. These are donation-based readings. So if you want to send the donation, I'm happy to do a reading for you. You can find the donation spot on my bio. I hope that helps, dear. Absolutely. Nikki. I I just like oh so funny. I just keep on hearing Papa don't preach. All right, can I get one card on yep, one card for hold on a minute, where were we? One card for Chrissy regarding connection. Wow, this is the sound of someone losing a friendship. But it's giving me a little bit of good riddance energy. You know? Like I feel like there's something like I feel like I see somebody going through a maturation cycle, and I keep on like man again like kind of continuing what I was saying. When you recognize the like there, this is the sound of someone giving us bad advice. Is a space by which they get a thrill out of us, out of them seeing us do something, like for thrill. Like that's I keep wondering, like that's the sound of a relationship ending because it's like it's the space by which another person like recognizes or identifies what feels like it's supportive to them versus someone who delights in them is what I keep on hearing. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like look at that. I told you maturation process, right? We're not here for entertainment. We're not here to entertain each other, is what I keep on hearing. I feel like somebody's going through that in a big way. Yeah, like especially with that dog energy, right? Like and you I keep on hearing it's like I feel like somebody recognized every time they told them something, another person started laughing when like another person would typically cry. you know, like it's that type of thing. Like the modality of another person, like somebody going through somebody seeing something, of realizing like a regular person articulating something they did that would often create the space by which they say, why did you do that? Instead of another person being like, that's hilarious, right? Like I keep on hearing that's hilarious should not be the response in taking another person's advice, because that's somebody who's like giving us advice strictly for entertainment value. That's heavy stuff that I'm seeing there. Oh, yeah, that's true. I'm just such an open person that nothing. Well, that's like that's what I meant. Like, that's what I meant. I told you being like, make it weird, make it weird. Yeah. Hold on a minute. That's honestly true. It's like, oh, and thank you, Julia, for getting on the list. You'll be the next person read for. And we've got 3 more spots on the list before the list will be closed. Like, that's honestly true. It's like you're worried about that. You're probably not making it weird enough. Yeah, exactly. Make it weirder. Yep. I'm happy to read for you on that, Nutty. If you would like to get on the list is open. You'll be the second person read for. Yeah, I always catch them watching me, and that's much weirder. That's amazing. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be laughing, but it's just very much in alignment with what I was seeing, like what I was seeing in the cards. Yeah. Yeah, because I made up. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that was the song I was hearing, Nikki. Papa's definitely preaching. I can't today. Oh, good luck, Bridget. I hope things go well, dear. You have a beautiful one. Absolutely. You're welcome, Chrissy. All right, let's continue right now. Julia. Julia, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the second person read for. We're also at 32.2K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 50K in no time. Also, if you became a super fan today, I'd encourage you to head over to our super fan only disco channel. You can message me directly from this live with a disco gift, and I'll send you the invite. If you would like, also in the disco, you'll find in the perk section a special coupon code to our tarot class subscription program. Our next class is going to be held on Thursday, January 15th at 6 p.m. PST. 9 p.m. Eastern. We'll be studying the world card. And if you would like to learn more about our trip that's coming up in August, message me the word trip. The unwanted preacher. I got you, Julia. Hold on to that. There's something there that's going to be a part of the reading. Julia. Okay, we're going to hold on to that. There's something about that that's a part of the reading. I'm deeply struggling right now. Angelic guidance on how I can pull off my move and what support I need. I got you. Wow, and the 2s. All right, so there's a lot of 2 energy around this. Okay. Yep, I got it. Yeah, 4 cards. That's interesting. Oh. Okay, I'll have to look that up. Oh gosh, you're giving me homework, Julia. Okay, it's fine. It's the angelic reading coming through. Give me a minute. Hold on, I gotta. Yep, one sec. Oh wow, that's a deep cut. Okay, hold on. Sorry. All right, we'll get back to that later. All right, hold on. Oh, oh, hold on a minute. Okay, one sec. Yeah, I got it. One sec. You got me, hold on, you gave me a homework one. Give me a sec. I gotta, this angelic is got like a book. Hold on. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Man. All right. There's a couple different things happening right now, but we're gonna work through. Okay, we're gonna work through what we're seeing here, piece by piece. Okay. So there's something really important that I want you to recognize, and it's coming through really strongly with this particular guide. I keep on hearing the devastation doesn't change the direction. And I want to like and I want to hold on a minute, and I want to like, yeah, we're going to do an animal spirit guide on this too, because they want the animal spirit coming through. Okay. All right. I'm going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I can't today. But it feels like the fact, like the fact but that puts an underline on what I said. The devastation doesn't change the direction, but somebody is trying to utilize your energetic departure to get close to somebody. Again, is what I keep on seeing. It's literally like what I'm seeing right now is so ridiculous, because it's literally like it's showing how somebody close to another person will use anything in their power to try to cozy up to another person. Like it's weird. It's weird. It's weird energy is what I keep on seeing. It's literally like, it's like that kind of weird, it's distressing weird, which is the modality by which somebody makes something their business that is not their business, because they want to be up in another person's business, is what I keep on hearing. It's like, and that's why I keep on hearing like, and I want to describe that. That's the first thing I'm seeing. Like, it's literally saying, stay out of it. Like the guides, I can't even stress this. The guides are saying, stay out of it. It's not your, like, I keep wondering, it's not your business. And that's why, and I'll send you, if you reach out to me, I'll send you the message that the angelic was giving in terms of that, because that message is just for you, which is saying, recognize when somebody is trying to, like, it's like, recognize when somebody is trying to, like, facilitate a dramatic moment, is what I keep on seeing. Don't go towards the drama drunk, is what I keep on hearing. Don't go towards the drama drunk, because they'll just eat it up, is what I keep on seeing. Better just walk, keep walking. Like the guy's going, keep walking. Like literally keep walking. Keep walking is what I keep on saying. Don't look back. Don't look back is what I keep on saying. Even when I keep on hearing, even when you hear some, even when you, I keep on hearing, if you hear some weird things, keep on walking. Like even if you hear some weird things, if it sounds weirder, don't turn around is what I keep on hearing. Especially if you have someone that says, I need you to clear something up, be like, you don't need it. You've made everything clear to me. Is what I keep on hearing. If you have someone come up to you being like, can you just clear the air? Be like, no, no, no. Because if they say, can you clear the air? Be like, you're being weird too. Is what I keep on hearing. The energy goes, can you clear the air? Be like, I'm not, you're being weird too. Like you are not, like that is, it's ridiculous is what, and that's the first thing that's coming through, right? It's not your job. Your job is not to clear the air. Healthy energy trusts you. End of sentence. Your job is not to clear the air. Healthy energy trusts you. This is the sound of staying out. Like this is the sound of minding. Like I see, like you saying, if I'm minding my business and you're minding my business, who is minding your business? Like it's that. It's like that. Leave it, because you got just leave it. Leave, like when I say leave it alone, leave it alone. In relation, you're like in relationality. Focus, and I keep wondering, focus your attention on what you need to do. Focus your attention on what you are working towards right now, because I feel like there's something about that work that I see that you're doing. Like this is the sound of you energetically maturing. This is literally the sound of you energetically maturing. And even I keep wondering, let this punctuate the point in relationality to, I keep wondering, this is the sound of good riddance is what I keep on seeing. Now in relationality to what you need, I keep on hearing, ask and you shall receive. In relationality to what you need, ask and you shall receive, which says, don't get overwhelmed. Don't get overwhelmed in the context of what it is that you need to do. Your job is just to be very specific in terms of articulating to others what you need help with, is what I keep on seeing. So, and I keep on getting to, like, I want you to, like, I feel like there's something about it by which I say, like, make sure that you're being, like, write down a list is what I keep on seeing. Write down a list of everything that needs to get done, and then prioritize that list. Okay? Don't get overwhelmed if the list seems too big. Just break the list down even more. I'm also going to say, I don't know why they're bringing this up. I don't know. I keep on hearing, you don't need to bring everything. I keep on hearing, you don't need to bring everything. There's something important. In fact, I keep on hearing there's something about recognizing not just, and it's funny because I keep on hearing, should I stay or should I go? Like taking inventory. What you need to be doing right now is taking inventory in relationality to what it is you actually need. And the rest, I keep wondering, the rest, like figure out like somewhere to like safekeeping. Well, I keep wondering I keep wondering, you don't need help moving anything. I keep wondering, you need safekeeping. I don't know why they're saying that to me, but that's what they're articulating. They're saying you don't need to move. It's not about moving. It's about safekeeping. So they're articulating, like, find a place that feels like it's energetically safe to keep something so that you can effectively, like, I keep on hearing, so because, and I feel like there's something about and again, I just got a confirmation, something about you finding the right place is going to take a little time. And you're going to be, I keep on hearing, you're going to be grateful that you didn't bring everything with you immediately, is what I keep on hearing. Immediately, which means you can always go back for something, but the modality by which you recognize and identify what you actually need is going to help you right now, is what I keep on getting. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, what do I feel like? This is you. Like I keep on hearing, having a lot of stuff and moving with a lot of stuff are different things, is what I keep on seeing. Right? Having a lot of stuff and bringing the stuff with you. I keep on getting. I keep on getting. It's funny too. And it's funny because like what's actually coming through to me is I keep on hearing Holly, go lightly. But the reason I keep on hearing Holly, go lightly is because they're actually saying Holly is something that's protective, is what I keep on hearing. Like holly is a protective plant. So the reason they're saying go lightly, holly, which is saying like you don't need to effectively bring everything with you. And in fact, the ability of not having a lot of things with you right now is going to effectively work as some kind of benefit, or the space by which I keep on hearing think less of moving and more of safekeeping. Because the modality or experience by which I keep on hearing like you know where something is, right? If you need it, you know where to go get it. But it isn't something that you're trying to figure out where to put it. Like I keep on hearing like that is effectively the work that I see that you're doing right now. So I keep on hearing build that inventory. And I'll send you, and again, if you message me directly from the disco, I'll send you the full message that was coming through in relationality to that energetic guide, because it's funny too, because the guide themselves did not make themselves clear, but they were articulating upon something that was happening, and they referenced something that they said to me that I need to still try to sort out and figure out how to explain to you what they were trying to identify. So when you reach out to me, I'll try to give you more clarity in terms of that message to help you to be able to, because it might have some kind of connection to you as well. Thank you so much. Okay. And let me just read over the comments. Oh my gosh, are you kidding? Is that what it says, Miss Weasley? That's hilarious. I get so worried. If you guys could do me a favor, like, it would delight me if you guys send me screen caps of what it says. Because sometimes sometimes I see the summaries and I find them mortifying. So I can live with that. Like I can live with that. I can live with Yoda-ish tarot. That's fine with me. Oh, thank goodness. Like, I love it because like it feels to me like some of the thing I'm like, that seems harsh. Like that seems like a harsh assessment, Oh, thank you for that. You made my day. You absolutely made my day today, Miss Weasley. Smile, smile and wave. That's amazing. Yeah, and listen, and like it's interesting too, because I think when I send you the message that they were communicating, like like you'll get it. Yeah. I keep on hearing the same message from even in this a blessing is all I keep on hearing. Even in this a blessing. Yeah. Exactly. Beautifully stated, Julia. If you believe in the rumors, I leave you there. Right? Like that is exactly like healthy energy clears the air for you, is what I keep on getting. Like like I keep on hearing healthy energy clears the air for you. Right? Like that was the thing that was coming through on that. Yeah, beautifully said. Nikki always just has a way of just summarizing. Nikki has a way of summarizing what is being said in a much more brief way. Yeah, I'm afraid I'll be doing this. You're not going to be doing it alone. I feel like I do see the fact that I feel like you are going to be going through hermit mode, but the hermit, I keep on getting, like, look, this is you finding, like, this is not, this is you finding your energetic family, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like, this is you going on that energetic journey, you know? Oh, I hope you have a beautiful time back at school, Ms. Yeah, I can see it. It's like, even like, I like, it's wild. Like, and again, I'm sending you so much support because, and this is the worst part about it. Like, that's what I meant in terms of someone trying to come towards you and be like, I just want clarity. Be like, you don't, like, it's somebody being like, I want clarity. Be like, you made yourself clear, is what I keep on hearing. Somebody being like, I want clarity. Be like, you made yourself clear, you know? Yeah, I keep getting that you're safe to ask for support. Oh, that's beautiful. But that's a beautiful message to be receiving. Yeah, they yeah, pack lightly. This, I was getting the same message. Yep, exactly. I'm like, I don't want to sell. I don't think you're gonna. It's, here's the thing about it. You're gonna go back and get stuff, but there's something about you. I keep wondering. There's something about you not settling in immediately, is what I keep on getting. Like, having some kind of flexibility to move quickly is going to be important. Ah, understood. No, but that, I need to stress. Remember, I didn't. I said safekeeping. Safe keeping. That's not safekeeping. Oh, I'm happy to send, message me. Listen, here we go. Message me directly from this live, dear, and I'll send it to you again. Okay? Perfect. And just a reminder to anyone who became a super fan today, if you want to get on, if you also want to message me with a disco gift, I can send you the invite to the disco. And if you would, once you get there, you'll also find the perks in the perks section, a coupon code to the tarot class subscription. And you want to make sure that sign up for that, because it'll basically nullify the amount that you spent for the super fan. Okay? So if you just became a super fan and you want to take the classes, make sure that you subscribe to both. Okay? Absolutely. My ex is very Catholic, and remember when I gave them healing, and my guides and his guides did not like each other. But I need to, like, and here's the thing about it though. Um, like, the modality by which we navigate something from a state of fear, like, I want to point out, there's healthy fear and there's non-healthy fear. And if something brought out, like, if someone got stressed out simply in the space by which you shared a dream with someone, you know, like, I keep on hearing, like, there's nothing harmful in telling someone that you had a dream. Like, but that's what I mean. Somebody, and you see how much I'm clearing? The space by which someone takes that and confabulates upon it and makes a problem out of nothing. Like, I keep on seeing, like, once they see that, but it's not, and I keep on, it's not your responsibility to try to show them. Yeah. I don't know how to see it. Yeah. Where do you see it? Where do you see what? Yeah. Yeah, well, I got a lot of confirmation for that too, Julia. And especially, like, what you just said, like, literally, I think that you just clarified that I'm talking directly to one of your guides. So when I send you, like, the fact that you wrote that down, focus on that. You said your guides are free spirits locked in that tradition. When you see the guide that came up, like, that's going to be your confirmation. I've got them right here. And that's what I said. I kept on saying it's not an angelic that was stepping forward. I was like, it's somebody, they're like, it was somebody else. Like, that's what I was, that you literally just confirmed what I saw. Yep. I don't have a, yep, absolutely. Hold on. You must have a message from me. Every time I open TikTok. Oh, really? Hi there, Shley. How are you doing? Well, again, we do a free collective here every day. So We usually start that earlier. We've moved on to personal readings. So we start the morning with free collective, and then we move on to personals, and then we do one card readings for super fans. But welcome, and thank you for being here. I'm glad to hear that the app's bringing you here. I hope there's something here that you find is important to your day. Absolutely. How are you doing from Colorado? You're so welcome, Julia. Excellent. I think you are. You got this. And I feel like even in the space by which I keep wondering, just like one thing at a time, don't get overwhelmed. All right, we're going to continue right now. The list is now open. If anybody would like to get on the list for today for a full reading. Also, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, being semi-lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We do hear highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, and mind, body, spirit. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, you can post that in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Also, final call right now for any of my subscribers who have not had a card pulled today, who would like a 1-card reading. If you'd like to become a subscriber right now, your superfan status makes you eligible for a 1-card. Oh, that was really kind of you to pull cards for them, Nikki. Appreciate that. Thank you guys for supporting each other so much in the live. All right, my friends, I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. We will be back on tomorrow at our usual time. So we will be back on at 7:15 a.m. PST, 10:15 a.m. Eastern. Absolutely, like with a bang, right? Like with a bang. If you, sorry, apologize. So as I was saying, if you became a superfan today, welcome. I would encourage you to head over to our superfan only disco channel. Introduce yourself to the collective. As I mentioned, in the perks section, you'll find a special coupon code for our tarot class subscription program. If you would like to join, if you'd like to get on the list for a reading tomorrow, you can get on today and you'll be the first person that we read for tomorrow. You'll also have an additional card in your reading. If you would like to register directly for tomorrow's event, you can simply go over to my profile. There's a bell there. Activating the bell will turn on the will turn on or activate, will turn on notifications. You can also register directly for the event tomorrow. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and experiencing these readings. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.